Ave Marie. Uh-oh. What am I forgetting here? There we go. Let's just do it. Oops, there we go. Yay. Good. Okay, there we go. Let's see. 35 seconds. Go here, go here, go here. Go here. Go here. I need to shave. Why didn't anybody tell me that? I'll go here, go here. Up in. What up, Brianna? That was fast too. 59 seconds. You got to shit. Yeah. Thank you. I was talking to myself. We'll do a shave stream. All right, where was I at? Auto find and activate. Goal, top chat, live chat. Bam. There we go. Okay. What is that? A stable coin. All right, let's see. All right, okay. All right, now I forgot what I was doing. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Now I recall. Central Park and Fall, how you tore your dress. What a mess. I recall Central Park and Fall. Okay, here we go. All right. I was gonna... I completely forgot what I was gonna do. I freaking love the old man glasses hanger on her thing, and they're actually grandma stuff. They're like purple freaking flowers. It was just what they had at the dollar store. It's just me. Yeah, it's just yeah. It's only been 2 minutes. Yeah, you were in here like less than a minute. Dinner time between like 4:30 and 5:30. Usually it's only a handful of people. Yeah. Let me see. I don't even think it went out over Discord. A lot of the notifications get weird too. It'll fill in. Man, somebody's got to be the first. Those are mine, and I like them back. Come get them. Come get them. All right, well, hold on. Now I forgot what I was doing. Okay, here. So it didn't go out over. That's why it didn't. The notification didn't go out over Discord for some reason. It does when I go on my phone. I gotta start looking at it. It does when I go out when my go live on my phone. It goes out over Discord. Share. This should help. YouTube, Twitch, go. All right. All right, there we go. Yeah, and a lot of live streamers, they put up, like, they go live before they go live. Like, I could go live so everyone gets notified and then wait 5 minutes to start. Like, you'll see sometimes live streamers have countdown timers and stuff. I just don't care. I think it's an ego thing for people. They're embarrassed to be like, you've only got one person in your stream. I don't care. I'll talk to them, you know? And I think some people, you know, what up, Professor? Hey man, what's your piece of advice of life? Learn to fail. Learn to fail. Failure is on its way to success. Most people never do anything, ever, because they're afraid to fail. Understand that failure is what's required for success. It's the number one thing I could tell young people. Absolutely. Learn to love to fail. Failure's not, No, it's oh man, okay, let's see. All right, this is where it went wrong. Okay, now let's retry again, and you know that's the best thing you can do. Doctors learn about sleep deprivation while staying up late. They sure do. Dude, when I was a youth, I think 13, 14 years old, me and the neighborhood kids decided, we heard from the high schoolers that you could hallucinate if you stayed up for like 3 days. So we were like, let's give it a try. And we didn't use any drugs or anything. We just hung out. We had like for 3 nights, we had places to stay. We could all stay at John Stagno's house. We could all stay at who was the second house we stayed at? My house was the third house. Was the last night. John Curioni, John Stagno, John Curioni to my house. So the first 2 nights were unremarkable. And the third night, I remember like somebody was like, man, we're getting tired, put some music on. And my friend Sam went to put a tape in the tape deck, and I just hear a boom. So he was like, and he fell asleep and just popped out. So we were like, okay, we're not going to be able to make it to the 72-hour mark. We've heard of, not Vyvanse. What is the caffeine pills? They start with a V. Vivarin. So we walked to 7-Eleven to get Vivarin, and like the 6 of us each took a tablet of Vivarin. And on the walk back home, the sun started to come up, and it started to get really hot. And we were walking past the elementary school. This was the summer. And there was a bunch of shade, and there was one of those green electrical transformer boxes, and it was in the shade. So we decided to sit in the shade for a little while because it was super, super hot. Next thing we know, it's about 12 hours later, and somebody's waking us up. Like, are you guys okay? I've seen you guys there for like 8 hours now, and I got home from work, woke us all up. All of us just sleeping on the grass, and we didn't get to that point. What's going on? Hypnotic running. Dang it. I can't freaking read. Hypix? What's up, Ronnie? We'll go with Ronnie. How are you, my brother? Okay, let's see. But yeah, that was a very big experience. The only time I've ever like hallucinated was, and it wasn't like seeing a freaking dragon with a freaking Budweiser and a bag of Cheetos, or it was just like you'd see patterns, like things would go like this, but they were there. I've never seen anything that wasn't there. You look like you should play Dinosaur Jr. or something. How are you, Rent a Ghost? How many nights did they Russian sleep experience? 70. I think it was like before the guy died. I think it was like 70. So I do a lot of yard work. I've got chickens, and I do a lot of farming, and they always fall off when I'm looking down. So I've had to pick them up so many times. I've stepped on so many pairs of glasses. What up, pizza face? What's up, brother? What up? Why are you judging me, Judge Dan? Okay, let's see. Where were we at? Now I forgot what we were doing. Dinosaur, Russian sleep experiment. Russian. Oh, it's a creepypasta. 15 days. But no, that's a creepypasta. There's actually data on Well, let's watch the creepypasta. Okay, let's see.
2010 saw a flood of brand new era-defining pastas. One of the most enduring of that was the Russian sleep experiment. Framed as a declassified Soviet-era document, the story recounts how 5 political prisoners were sealed in an airtight chamber and dosed with experimental gas designed to keep them awake for 15 days. At first, the subjects became irritable, then deranged, then utterly inhuman. Some shriek for hours until their vocal cords tear. Others smear feces on the chamber walls. They later turn violent, mutilating themselves in grotesque ways, eating one another.
This is all fake.
And whispering about the evil that lurks inside every human mind. When soldiers finally entered the chamber to remove the test subjects, they were ripped apart. The few survivors didn't end up lasting long after that.
This is one of those things that starts off as a bunch of people on Reddit or whatever saying, let's start a creepy story. And then search engines pick it up, people, and they pick it up as true, but it wasn't true. But they've definitely done sleep studies. We've done some here. I think that let's look at some real stuff. Longest someone stayed awake before they died. 18 days, 21 hours, 40 minutes. Robert McDonald in 1986. His record holder lived extreme deprivation causes. While this record holder lived this extreme. Okay, so he didn't die. This was the first time somebody non-medically stayed awake for 18 days, 21 hours, 40 minutes. Dangerous side effects, hallucinations, and cognitive decline, causing the Guinness Book of World Records to stop tracking it. They would no longer do it for people. If someone says someone keeps failing, how can they stay strong and move forward? So you have to. Oops, what did I just do? You have to document your failure, right? So what you do? Oh, I just broke it again. What you do? Oops. There we go. So you have to have a goal, right? You have to have a goal. What do I want to do and when, right? And then as you fail, but you see how much closer you got to your goal. If you keep failing and I'm not talking about math, the freaking, I keep failing algebra. That's not what I'm talking about. If you have something that you want to succeed, I want $500 by January 2027. Okay, fine. Okay, so if you get there and you failed, you say, why did I fail? And then you reset your goal and you keep trying. If you keep failing, like not asking girls out and stuff, life goals, things that mean stuff. What up, Scotty? Yeah, but motivation is by comparing how far you got before you failed and then resetting. Like maybe you failed because it was not unremarkable, an unachievable goal. Like you say, I want $1,000 by tomorrow, but it's already like 11 p.m. Right? So, okay, well, I failed. Now, okay, let's say a month. I want $1,000 at my bank account in a month. And then you get there, you say, oh, it's only 980. Well, what did I do? Now, what did I do wrong? Let's diagnose our failure. Well, I went to the bar. I sent some girl on Instagram $1,000 for some butt cheek pics. Then you see where, and then you take what you did, you diagnose your failure. And then you say, okay, you reset your goal. Learning why you failed and then knowing that you can succeed. Like if you do stupid stuff, drugs, drink, stuff like that, you know that's why you're failing to reach goals. You know that if you get rid of them, and that's where the motivation comes from. We never succeed really, but we can succeed. Clip it. Clip it. What's up, Scotty? Okay, let's see if we can find this guy. Oh, he does not look good. This guy looks like he needs some freaking sleep, dude. Dude, look at those eyes. He did it when he was 17. The extreme no sleep challenge. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Danielson. Danielson. All right, let's see. Now let's look at some funny stuff, dude. I keep getting these videos pop up in my freaking feed. There's people like having my name. I fail first because I represent the failure. I represent what failure will get you. I'm doing great in life. Everything's going very, very good. I'm very happy. And I failed a lot of things, but a lot of people would just stop. I've learned from my failures. The failure. They call me the failure. The failure. Okay, hold on. Let's go here. Save videos. Where's my saved videos? Oh, playlist. Dude. Dude, I love this stuff. Okay, ready? All right, let me shrink this down a little bit. All right, so here's some people failing. Dude, I love it. I absolutely love it. No. Okay. If we succeed only by 1% of the time. Yes, right. That's enough. Right. One more. How to get rid of corns. I want to help my boy. Oh, you talking about watching too much corn? Yeah, you got to listen. That if that's what you're talking about, you're talking about cornography. If that's what you're talking about, you never start succeeding in life unless you get away from that type of stuff. It's anything that's addictive like that. Like you have to understand that society, being a human, the way our body works is it rewards us dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine. It rewards us chemically for doing things that are good. If you're cheating the system, if you didn't do anything worth a reward and you're watching corn for a reward, you're trying to cheat the system. And that's a big problem. It's supposed to be to help reward us for trying to make more babies. And if you're trying to abuse that system, just like abusing everything, other drugs and stuff, what they do, they attack the dopamine system. And the same thing with that. You absolutely want to get away with that stuff. It's like you have to, same thing, set a goal. So I'm not dating, I'm not getting married, dating. I don't even answer the phone. And I said for 3 years. So for 3 years, I'm going to build my business, fail as many times as I have to until for about 3 years, I'm going to do everything I can to build my business. I don't feel lonely. I'm not like, oh, if only I could get a couple of girls here to make me. No, it's all gone. That all goes away. Because if you I want a girlfriend before I'm 18, and then that doesn't happen, then you feel like a failure. And that's a problem, because you should date to get married, to have kids. If you don't want to have kids and you don't want to get married, don't date. That's a scam. You're just paying people and businesses when you take people out on dates. It's worthless, because if you're not investing in your future, if that person's not going to be the person that you marry and have kids with, then why are you even dating them? Because one time in this porno movie, she was doing a handstand. Now, who gives a shit? Yeah, it's wastes of time. You have people that run the world and that make money off of the people under them, and they don't want competition. So they offer all these products in order to slow the competition so that they can continue to make the most money possible. And it's not how life should be. What up, Katra? Hello, boys. Help yo boys. All right, here we go. Yeah. Thank you, my brother. What up, Raffles? Oh no, it's open topic. Raphael's brother, open topic. If you have any questions that I know the answer to, if you know something that you would like to teach, bring it up. But it's open topic. And then we have recess. Obviously, life can be very daunting with all the politics and wackadoo stuff. So sometimes we have to have recess and just laugh a little. Okay, so look at this couple, right? You got husband and wife, or boyfriend and girlfriend, and the guy's trying to fix the fence and ends up smashing the window out of their car. And she doesn't just be like, you stupid, you're worthless. Never let people treat you like that. She's like, oh, my man trying to do something and he busted out the window. How, turns it into something good. This is how life should be. If people try to treat you bad for normal mistakes, normal failures, because I say failures should be normalized. Absolutely. Send $10 and ask whatever you like. All right, open topic. $15 for true answer. That's right. We got to have an art class. It's something I can teach. Yeah, absolutely. We have the best leader in the world. God bless Trump. And dude, so Mark, I was just watching what happened when that girl fainted. That was amazing. Listen, that was amazing to see. It was amazing to see they stopped the Trump speech and that Dr. Oz actually went out and helped the girl that fainted. That's absolutely amazing. Until the Democratic Party gets whoever hijacked them, because I remember when the Democrat Party was the MAGA party. And so whoever hijacked them, once they get gone, I can start looking that way again. It's unbelievable. And think, I was anti-Trump just a year ago, and now I agree with you. It's amazing. It's amazing. Like, if that would have happened at a Kamala Harris rally, they would have just kept going. He stopped the speech, going out to the world to make sure this one woman gets cared for, and doesn't just overtalk her, make sure she gets help, and Dr. Oz runs out to help her. That's pretty freaking amazing. I haven't seen Chi in a couple days. But yeah, I agree, Mark. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I had no faith in Trump at all. I thought that the Iran war would go on for years so they could make money off of it. But seeing how he's just taking care of stuff, it's very odd. I did not have any faith in him, and I got faith now. It's very, very odd. Very odd. I disagree with Trump being a good man, but hey, I mean, the problem is he's doing things now that I can't. It's like, if I was in his shoes, would I act this way or that way? And everything, like, look, I was anti-Trump, 100%, but I can't lie. It's remarkable the change from, and I was in the movie industry for 15 years. You can't get more liberal than that. And to see how he treats people, I understand. The people that are treating you bad, he treats them bad. He's giving them what they give him, and I see that now. But, I mean, and after the whole Epstein file things, where it shows that the reason for the Epstein files was that Trump called the police on Epstein. Okay? So then you have, what's true? Is it true that he talked with Epstein? Yes, absolutely. But so did everybody else. When it came to sex with young people, the only guy that you can't point to that's in those files is Trump. And the only one to call the police on Epstein, call the FBI on Epstein, was Trump. So for 5, 6, 7, 6, 8, almost 8 years, it was Trump's in the Epstein files. He's in the Epstein files. He's a pedo. And then when the evidence comes out, it's not the truth. It's true that he's in there, right? But not saying what. And it seems like, well, like why was everybody so anti-Trump? And then you see, well, all these people are in the Epstein files and aren't getting. I would love to see him do more. I would love to see everybody that touched a kid get strung up. I would love it. Do I think it's going to happen? No. But I tell you what. Most things talked about Trump were incorrect. And I'm like, listen, he could have went into Iran with boots on the ground and got a lot of our guys killed and a lot of their guys killed and made a lot of money off of it. And he didn't. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised. It's amazing. I'm not married. No. Everyone is part good, part bad. Right. Have you not read about the girl who was interviewed? Yes. Did you read the rest of that? She said she was hallucinating and she was in another state she wasn't even around Trump. She was in another state completely. And if you actually read through the files, when you read what the FBI said, she was going through a psychotic break. And this is what I'm saying. So it depends where you read it. You read it on the side of the news that doesn't like Trump, and they tell you that part. But then you say, let me go look for myself. And then you're like, oh, well, she was in a different state, and Trump, you could document where Trump was. He wasn't even in that when and it turns out like not. So this is the big problem. This is a big problem. You got a bunch of pedophiles that are documented to be, that want Trump to not release these files, and then anything, and like they still happen all the time. People are calling the FBI line all the time saying that every single famous person is doing stuff. It's very, very odd, but I understand. It happens to everybody famous, and like, if she's too scared to speak, how do we know about it? This is what I'm saying. I don't there's so much crap. Don't worry, I'll be online later. He says he would have married his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. I've never heard that. I don't think Trump's a good man either. He probably drugged her. Check that one. How many blunts? Me? Well, damn it, I forgot how good Culver's beer is. More blunts than cigs, and I've had a lot of cigs. Right. So there's a if there was evidence for it, and this is the thing, and I hate to say it, if there was evidence for it, they would not. No one would shut up about it. No one would ever shut up about it. And why isn't that pushed? I've heard about him being in the files and for so long, and I hear a bunch of people. And this is a big problem too. So what do we do? Who do we put in his place? Right? If there's evidence for anybody's guilt, string them up. If there's not, what do we do? What do we do? And a lot of people go out looking for attention and say, if there's a 13-year-old that's got, if there's a 13-year-old that's got evidence, every single person that hates Trump would go to that 13-year-old and say, please give us the evidence. I'm too scared. How do we know you already, the whole world would already know this. How are you too scared now? And that's the problem. How do you separate the I'm looking for attention from the actual victims? And this is a big problem. And this needs to be fixed. Hopefully it's getting fixed. But it's unbelievable that the things where a lot of people could die aren't. It's unbelievable. They can make a lot of money. Then why won't he have them release the files completely? So I don't know. What up, Thomas? Zoinks. So why? And I'm going to tell you what I've heard, Brianna. I've heard it's because the women in the files that were underage when when Epstein got a hold of them, some of them, when they got above 18 and they were no longer children, became friends, became cohorts, and started bringing other girls in. So from what I've heard, there's a big thing going, and whether that we don't know. Court cases and stuff could take years. We got no idea. But the thing is, if they're trying to protect or prosecute. But what do you do if you've got a 13-year-old girl that had something that Epstein did to this 13-year-old girl, and over the next 5 years, then she's 18, and now she's bringing young girls in, right? What do you do? Is it like, oh, sorry, or is it, oh, now you're 18, but because you've been manipulated, what do you do? So the thing is, apparently, and I don't know for sure, this is what I've been told, a lot of those names are girls that were underage before, so victims that turned into victim makers. But we don't know. Democrat and Republican are working together to get the truth out, and God, I hope you're right. Me too. Right. Me too. Thank you, Thomas. You look stoned. I'm not stoned. How many files were redacted, including victims' names? Lots. And the thing is, no one talks about it as thoroughly as they should because no one knows. But think about this. Think about, you've got victims. Like I said, you've got girls that were underage that decided to hang around after they were 18 and decided to be like, oh, I could bring more girls. I've got friends. So you've got to figure all that out. And then now that the investigations are just starting on those people, you're going to have to go to them and you say, who are you going to turn in, or else you're going to jail. So now, well, I was only 14 when this happened. Right. But then until you were 25, you were, and this is a big problem. But nobody was doing anything until now. So I hope and pray that that we see. Listen, Prince Andrew just went to jail. I know that's not America, but that's Epstein files, and he was a royal, and he's in prison. That's crazy. I think we're going to see the same thing here, but we'll see. Blunt Space Cow, the economy would crash if files weren't redacted. No, right. So imagine the people that were underage, that are now of age, and they're running law firms because he placed people. Epstein took young people, and when they became of age, in order to keep them from speaking, he gave them multi-million-dollar law firm jobs, paid for them to become lawyers. It's nuts. But what do you do? We just want to say, no, Trump gone. Who replaces him? And if the person that replaces him, what would they do? It's a problem. Have you ever? Yes. I've been in many relationships throughout my life. Frankly, the economy is going to crash as well to crash justice. And yeah, I'd rather see justice too. Right. I would. Yes. Victims that don't know better and were probably forced to do so. Right. But the law is when you turn 18. So if you're a victim from 14 to 17 and 364 days, you are a victim. But on that next day, you're no longer a victim. Now you're an adult. And if you brought more of your young girlfriends over into that circle, what do you do? What does the law do? because now you're going to ruin these people's lives. Deserved so? Is it deserved? Do we take people that were 13, 14, 15 and their parents or their babysitters or whatever, their teachers and coaches brought them into the Epstein circle, right? So and then now they're adults and they're like, well, this is normal. This, look how much money I have. And so they're like, hey, do you want to make some money? And they bring more young girls in. But the problem is that goes from victim to perpetrator. And what do you do? What do you do? Do you say, I'm sorry that you were a victim, but you also became a perpetrator? But did it feel like you were breaking the laws? Because it's just what's going on. And it's the richest people in the world. So you don't feel like it's wrong. The people that make the laws are laying you down. I mean, we're already going to get screwed by Iran cutting off. Yeah. Economy is good where you've been. Yeah, I guess that what you said. Yeah, economy's very good here. Look, we still got gas at like $3.20 a gallon. I mean, also I grow a lot of my own food and stuff, so I can't see the impact like other people have. The girls they blackmailed threatened to help the girls after return. Yeah, right. I understand that. But do we know for sure? Like, if when you read back over the files, start looking at some of the blacked out names, and instead of saying that's some creepy guy, say maybe that's a girl. Maybe that's a female. Then see how your mindset changes. And then when you start seeing, because you start seeing things, you just see a black box and you don't know if this black box victim turns into this black box. When you're talking about that kind of money, the people that were victims, if a victim makes another victim, is it still a victim? And this thing is, we can dream about it all we want, but what's the law say? And then what has to happen? So what you do? These people look, I got a wife and kids now, or I've got a husband and kids now, and that's my past. And this is the problem. It all needs to be ripped out, but it can't just be send all 3,000 people to one courtroom. You have to, if you're going to take it down, you've got to find out how far it's spread. And it's all still going on. Like a lot of listen, our senators and shit were talking to him text message while they were in Senate meetings asking for what to say. It's crazy shit. Now the economy is iffy, about to go dog shit regardless of the files. Based on your experience, what are the most important principles for long-lasting relationship? Trust is the number one biggest thing. And listen, if you do not, you have to trust each other 100%. You have to also have something to build for. If you have somebody that thinks they're the prize or whatever, a guy that thinks he is, or no, the relationship's the prize. If somebody thinks they're better than the relationship, it's not going to be a good relationship. So here's the problem. Right, but we're talking about on an age thing. So if you were a victim, right? So say you go over to somebody's house, one of your friends, you're at work, says, hey, you should check out this guy, he's got his own island, and you're 16, okay? And they bring you over and you get drunk and whatever, and blah, blah, blah happens. Okay, whatever. Okay, you're a victim. Okay, but then say over the next years, you're like, oh, the fancy private jets, this, and that. So now you're 18 and you're talking to some 16-year-old and you should say, hey, this is, and they're like, hey, how did you get, and people online, how did you get to fly in a private jet? I could show you. So now, so yes, you were a victim of these people when you were a victim, but the law says that when you start bringing young people in, and that's a problem. Sounds like the old men took advantage of the law and sent the string victims to the victims. And Epstein put people in law firms and stuff. When you start to see the stuff there's a bunch of stuff that came out yesterday about law. There was 3 law firms in particular that were suing the government because they were taking government money to sue the government and then making the government pay them, so they were suing the government. So you had lawyers that would sue the government that would say, hey, whatever, this is bad. But why are you suing the government when the government's paying you to sue the government? So they found an infinite money glitch. So they blow up all of these other issues. Well, you come to find out the people that are doing that are people that lead back into the Epstein files. And these are some of the names that are apparently blotted out. So you have people that are also getting other people rich off of this, and they're suing the government so that they can keep money coming in so they can sue the government. If I could tell you, if you slap me, I have to give you $1,000. and you slap me and I give you $1,000, what are you going to do again? You're going to slap me again. And that's exactly what they're doing. So come to find out, when you look at it, especially if you look up Obama's lawyer, this blonde chick, look her up when we're done. Look her up. She sent him like 30 texts and emails a day, sometimes over 100 texts and emails a day. And he got her hooked up with Obama, and that's a huge thing. So now you're talking about previous presidents. So if you're trying to undo everything that's happening, and that happened, and then it gets very, very complex. And we know so little because most of us don't read the files. We just hear what the news and what people online have said about it. But when you go and you break it down and you say, okay, everything's a lie, so let's see. Then you start to see what's going on. And then you start to understand that it gets a lot more complex. It's not, oh, you're in the files, you have to go. You have to take apart the law firms. You have to take apart the government agencies that were set up by people that started being bred in this to put a protection bubble over this. And that's going to prove to be very difficult to do. I just pray that they do it. Sorry, I'm really far behind. Unfortunately, there's a little room for your past present decisions. Child soldiers, your feeling has so little to do with the law. Right. Once B12 goes up, I'm gonna be panicking. What up, Toyota? Actually, the perpetrators, including older women too. Just like right. Well, so if you read what the sheriff said, the report that Trump made in 2009 to the sheriff, he said, "I'm glad you're looking into him, but you need to look at Ghislaine. She's the evil one." And then that's crazy. That's crazy to see. So he said, "Yeah, I see you're going for this guy, but hey, look this way too." And then that's maybe why they hate him so much, right? What up, Mark? Melbourne. They were kids. They know nothing other than being assaulted and seeing people who resent law assaulting them. I wouldn't trust it. Right. So imagine there's judges now that the reason that these judges were put in, they were put in to make sure that if these people get in trouble, these people get to not go to jail. And that's all kinds of stuff they're finding out. Why do we have judges that are doing that? Well, you follow it back. And I think a lot of those are the blacked out names, but we just figured it was all creepy men. Number one Aussie. What up, Kahora? F everything, man. Tell me your hair care. It's so awesome. I rinse it. I don't wash it. I don't use shampoo or anything like that. I can make my own using not canola oil, coconut oil. Lover boy method. Rich, you were in the files. Did you change the wall sockets on the island? Law doesn't need your agreement, Brianna. That's true. Becoming an adult doesn't erase the fact that someone is a victim. Right, but if they break the law, I'm not saying that. Right. But still, if that's how you feel about it, but once you turn 18, even though you were a victim, now you are victimizing other people. And this is what I'm talking about. It's a huge problem. Just asking you. Much love. Epstein had his fingers in all pies from A to Z. Right. I miss what we talked about. Jeez, we'll get back to it. I'm so tired of women saying they're victims all the time. And that's listen. One of the big things about the, I'm gonna wait till it gets released. But there was a lot of big things with being able to set up to take power. To use women to take power, but it was men using women to take power from it. It should be coming out in the next couple of days, then we'll talk about it. Keanu Reeves, what up, Amon? Spike Beats, hey, long time no see, brother. Men chose bodyguards, so the reason they killed him is because they had the same name of politicians as one of his clients. Dude, listen, a lot of them are. A lot of those, why do you think we have so many politicians that are so anti-American? Why do you think, Republican and Democrat? The Republicans in Texas that allowed the drugs to come across the border all willy-nilly because they're taking money from the cartels. And that's going to come. We'll see that too. I don't want to. B12 is up by 72%. Yeah. The thing is, everything is more complex than it seems, right? It's like, okay, and what if you screw up? What if you go to arrest one of these people and then you do something wrong, and then so legally they get out and you have one chance to put them away? I would pray that they're setting stuff up for for home runs, and then you want to be able to do it all at once. Okay, my bad. Okay, you say it's got a panicking now. Elected officials, royal members, various countries, Democrats and Republicans, biggest donors. That's why redacted will crash the economy. So, yeah, right. And but here's the thing: if we've got so many judges that let people out of jail for murder and shit. Like, you have people that do violent crimes and rapes, people that have been in and out of jail 70 times. If you set up one of these Epstein people to get arrested in the area that they're in, and they get one of those judges that'll be like, okay, you're guilty, but I'll give you 20 hours of community service. Right? So it's a little more complex. People get thrown in jail all the time and they get let out. I hope you're right. I don't want to believe that Trump is bad, but there isn't enough proof yet. Right. No, I agree 100%. But you have to understand that everyone else that's been in office before him, that's known what's been going on with Epstein, did zero about it. And do you think that us talking on the internet is what made Trump finally start releasing these files? No, he had an urge to do this, and he ran on saying he would do it. So at least he wanted to get it out. And then when it comes out, you're like, oh, well, he's the one that called the cops. So it starts to make sense. But everybody just lies to us. We get lied to all the time. Everything's propaganda. Everything's smoke and mirrors. And then it starts to come out, and it's so hard because we've been programmed. Trump bad. Well, I would say Richard bad too if I was going to turn in a bunch of people that go into governments and royal families around the world. Everybody would just make shit up. He's got a small nose. They would make shit up so that I wouldn't get elected, because if I got the power to expose them. What is real life? Frank Castle. When is needed? Yeah, federal judge is right. If I feel the model that made a scene out of the front of the hotel, she was lost yelling at people. Oh, right. Yeah, dude. That was crazy. Have you seen the recent picture of Stephen Hawking and Bubba? I've seen the AI videos. Trump is Israel girlfriend-in-law. I used to like it, but like, he kissed the wall. Yeah. Who do you put in his place? Especially at this time, who do you put in his place? If you really want these pedophiles to get shit handed to them, and the people that want us dead, you want them taken care of. The people that have been selling fentanyl, no one's ever done anything about it. You know how many people I know that are dead from fentanyl? Even they didn't mean to get fentanyl. They meant to get coke or weed, and it ends up having fentanyl on it. So nobody did anything about that, and at least he did that. And I think I know why. I think it's because of the politicians, Democrat and Republican, that are taking money from cartels and the local gangs, the Bloods and the Crip type gangs, and if the Italian mafia is still last September. 3 families just got hemmed up again for setting up these online betting rings, these betting apps. And so that happened last year. So apparently it's been going the whole time. And if you don't think that the profits from that have been going to make sure that laws don't get passed to hurt them, or laws that to make gambling legal weren't done with their money, then you're sorely mistaken. But absolutely, the reason these politicians are in politics is because they want to get rich, and you can't get rich off of a political paycheck. So they're taking money and they're keeping laws or adjusting laws to make their friends more money. So now you got all this illegal money, and then how can they turn that into real money? Well, legalize gambling, legalize prostitution. You got OnlyFans now. Do you know how much freaking drug money is going through OnlyFans to set that up? You can set up a girl or a guy or whoever on there, and then you can have 1,000 bots just throwing $100 from Cash App. So then you're turning all that drug money. You don't have to deposit $100 million in the bank to make it real money. You do it that way, and then you're sending it through. This is why a few OnlyFans models make $10 million and the rest make $200 a week. It's all a scam. It's the same game. It's the same game that's always gone on. The pimp hoe game, it's the same game. The drug game, it's the same game. Look, China's been doing this. If you look back in the 1800s, 1600s even, back during the Opium Wars, China tried to use opium to control everybody. Then they tried to use morphine to control everybody. Then they tried to use heroin to control everybody. Now they're trying to use fentanyl to control everybody. It's the same game. It's the same game going on and on and on. People want power. Damn it, man. Clearly Hawking went for the scuba diving. A lot of things AI. Yes, right. And then and so like unless you actually go to the actual .gov government website and then like think about the influencers online that are just lying about what they're reading because they know that 99% of their viewers aren't going to look it up. So then they get more viewers like, "Oh, this person is reading them and I can get trustworthy," and they're just lying. And they don't know how. It's just like people that don't know how to dissect the information. Like I don't think anybody has thought that those blacked out names might be girls. Like that everybody's just, and I didn't either. And then I just had a thought. I was like, huh. You start measuring the length of the blacked out lines, and you're like, okay, so this appears to be the same one that's used here, but this they're talking about a victim. So you're like, okay, so this one's 312 pixels long, and this is 312 pixels long for the redaction. So I'm like, okay, bam. And then, but they don't say that. They don't say that. We think they're going after a bunch of men, and come to find out, it seems like they're going after both. Let's see what happens. And there's a lot of money and a lot of power, but if you get them arrested now, and look, you can't even get people arrested for freaking murder now, they'll get out, or rape, pedophilia. People are being let out for child touching because the judges are letting them free. They're just saying do some community service because they're getting freaking kickbacks. So it's all trusting politicians like trusting a cheating partner. Right, don't do that. I'm talking about the one Stephen Hawking wearing a princess dress. Let's look it up. Stephen Hawking wearing a princess dress. What up, Thadiel? The last thing we should be certain, the reality is if you can't see for yourself, you can't believe what you're told. Right. So when I started this channel, my main point was to teach kids what propaganda is. We don't teach our children what propaganda is. And you've got so many people that believe absolute falsehoods. Absolute. So I wanted to start doing a channel where I would show everything that I talked about. And if anybody would send it, like I wanted to do a podcast and talk 3 truths and a lie, and then get everything that I do, the 3 truths and a lie, bring them all from mainstream news, mainstream media outlets. And then if kids could say, hey, this one's the lie because I looked it up. So to teach kids and to reward them for looking up the bullshit. So they could say, oh, I thought all of these were true, but come to find out I was wrong. And I wanted to get that going in people's heads so that they would stop listening to just the lies. Do you understand? Hey, like the reason newscasters talk like actors, like why aren't they talking like this? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, because they're acting. The news is national entertainment, weather, and sports. NEWS. It's not the information. It's not it's a show about sex and violence. But kids aren't taught this, and now you got people thinking that things that can't happen can happen. Facts. Big up, Tupac. I did have a skateboard in the 90s, but that's where this nose comes from. I broke this thing about 12 times skateboarding. People think I'm Jewish because I broke my nose so many times. 70% of all humans are equally likely to be a fascist or Nazi soldier in World War II. Very careful about what you believe. Right. Yeah, listen. Why? And listen, there was no internet back then. People think dude, do you know like 95% of all AI LLM results is hallucinations? Like you can ask AI, it's done better over the past couple months, but you could ask AI, you could just say, hey, ChatGPT, how many bones are there in the spine? And it would say 72, 12, 4, whatever it thinks you want to hear in a certain amount of time. If it waits long longer. If you can say think harder, it'll go and it'll say 13 or whatever, but it'll just make shit up. It's called hallucinations. So we don't teach kids this. They're using it in school to write papers, and their teachers using it in school to grade papers. So they're both lies, because the AI doesn't know that the paper is not the truth. It just looks like it was written correctly, so it passes. Scooby-Doo, yes sir. You like the shirt? Come on. Yeah, sorry. Hey, send me the what you call, dude. Put it in the Parker posts it in the YouTube, the Minecraft chat. What I need to post. Okay, horse booklet is in that photo, right? I'll give you 5. Also, I'll give you 5 diamonds for another right upgrade. It's all right. 24 hours, new. Yes, right, absolutely. Because they got to make shit up. It used to be slow. Like, you used to get newspapers. Some days they'd be thick, some days they'd be thin. Because they but now they want to make shit up. Because they get ads in their papers. They get ads in their videos. So they'll just make stuff up. They make up science. They make up politics. They say Trump's in the Epstein files. And he is. They didn't say, oh, he's the guy that started the Epstein files. And it's what influences. It's influencing our thoughts. The problem is it's not the truth. And I'm not just talking about that. I'm just saying, for instance, that's like one of the biggest things. Who started him off? Don't start up. Yeah, don't shoot up schools. Dude, you skateboard? Yeah, was that growing up? Yeah, dude, I had a Rodney Mullen. Punk Size. I had a Tony Alva. Yeah, I mean, I met a lot of the Bones Brigade guys at Herondale Mall in the 80s, 90s, early 90s. Yeah, that was so cool growing up in the 90s. Me and my sister, it'd be so cool. We just saved, bought a skateboard together and basically just carried it around with us. How fast as you do? Yeah, the manipulation machine at the finest. The body of Christ. People are suffering. Make it better. Right, that's what I'm trying to do. Listen, people are suffering because they're believing that the life, that the world is going to end because of some bullshit. It's not true. Everything can be manipulated, and people are more likely to invest money in times of good and then pull it out in times of anxiety. So if you want to manipulate the stock market, yeah, AI moderators, YouTube keep kicking me out because I talk shit behind people talking shit behind. Yeah, no, understood. What up, Pranju? He is reading from YouTube. I'm reading the chat. In a world where can he been? Yes, I am reading from YouTube. So now I forgot what I was talking about. He even drives families apart, like my grandmother won't talk to her brother anymore. Right. And that makes no sense because nobody knows what the truth is. The people that don't want to go to jail because Trump's letting this information out are going to say Trump bad, and the people that want people to go to jail are saying Trump good. And so whoever you listen to that gives you that information. So, but everything's lies. The truth lies somewhere in between. Okay, market manipulation. So if you want to make money as a rich person, you want to make more money, right? So what you do is you invest money. You have already got investments. You got money invested. Say it's in lawn sprinklers, okay? So you got lawn sprinklers. So what you do is you now pay somebody, a scientist, a PhD student, to do a research study to go along with global warming, to saying using a low flow jet backflow prevented lawn sprinkler will save the planet by using less this or that. So then what you do is you invest in that company and then you buy politicians through lobbying to say, hey, we're going to help save the planet, but you got to buy this product because if you don't, we're going to charge you $100 for every day you use an old technology lawn sprinkler. And then and that's going to make them a lot more money. And then, or you buy my buddy's lawn sprinkler that uses less. So then you've just got laws manufactured and manipulated to make sure that your buddy's a company will get rich because you just legislated that people have to buy your buddy's lawn sprinkler. You now have stock in your buddy's company. That stock goes up. Then 10 years later, somebody's like, well, let's look into that. Oh, science changed. The science changed. That was wrong. Sorry, buy whatever sprinkler you want. And the copy and paste just change the topic. And that's what's happening over and over and over and over again. What up, Timothy? Is it that time? Tell me about where you're from originally. I'm from Maryland originally. I'm in Atlanta, well, just south of Atlanta, Georgia right now. We don't have to throw away perm. You just need to join to click the command block button. That's it. Oh, freaking wackadoo. All right. I just seen you at XQC video. That's you, brother. I feel like none of us know what the truth actually is. Right. This is why you should not destroy personal relationships over politics. It's politics. Right? This is what I'm saying. So, like, I'm not going to date the most perfect guy because he likes Trump. He's the most perfect guy. How is him liking Trump? Because everything's right. So he heard different propaganda than you've heard. Like, that's how we're making human decisions. Because people don't know what propaganda is. It's crazy. Have you heard about Trump's DOJ and his first administration halting an investigation into the Zorro Ranch? I have not heard about that. Let's look into that. Well, hold on. We'll continue this. But yes, let me copy that down. Hold on. Copy and paste it. Hold on. I'll put it on the to-do list, brother. We'll look into it. We'll get to the bottom of it. All right. Copy. Paste. Show notes. Paste. Okay. Yeah, we'll check it out. The conspiracy is where you get the glasses from. I got them from Costco. Dude, you ever landed? No, I've never. Listen, unless it was on grass, I've never landed a kickflip while riding. If I put the front wheel like in the groove of the sidewalk, I could kickflip and land it, but not while rolling or not on grass. Only if the board wasn't moving. EPA gutted the American auto industry to screw over working class America. They do it time and time again. Listen, if you can get somebody into office, you're going to profit from it. But they screw all of us over. I haven't seen Throw in a while, brother. I haven't seen him log into the server in probably like a week. Could someone be world champion half pipe over 50 years of age? Yeah, yes, do it, dude. Get in there. What's your meaning behind fail first? You have to fail before you succeed. Most people are afraid of failing. They're afraid of failing, so they never try. You have to try. You must try, but try and you'll fail. Then find out why you failed and try again. Fail again. Research why you failed and keep going. I don't care if someone likes Trump or not, but I've had a friend end our relationship because I'm not pro-Trump. Yeah, that's crazy too. On your friend's side, right? Because you don't know what's real. What's real is your relationship, your friendship. What's real? You know what's going on there. Some freaking wackadoo billionaire in office, and you're breaking up friendship. That's what's crazy. We absolutely. That's right. We do not know what the truth is. They did you a favor, dude. I feel like easy for me to see the propaganda because I Lord. Yeah. It's much easier, right? Hey, thank you, brother. If you give me diamonds, if I give you brother, what do you need? Just type in what you need. Type it into the. You gotta give me diamonds. Just tell me what you need me done. Here, hold on. Here, look. All right, I just made you operator. Go deal with what you need to deal with, and then tell me when you're ready to fight, and I'll deal it back. I didn't know any better. I'd say U.S. took over Japan after the Korean War. Right, listen. And here's a big thing about previous to Trump. Everybody's worried about war because they think he'll start World War III. I think he's already rich. Most politicians want to be rich. They want to be billionaires. He's already a billionaire. So he went into war. He went and kidnapped freaking wackadoo in 3 hours. In Venezuela, he could have put boots on the ground, and he could have had stock in bullet companies and gun companies and military companies, and then stayed at war for a couple of months to make a couple of $1 million. And he didn't do that. He could have done the same thing in Iran. He didn't do that, at least not yet. He could have just sent all of our military. Look, they've been saying death to America for 45 years. That would have been enough to say, yes, let's go stop that. And he could have made billions off of it. He didn't do it. I don't know why, but I don't know why. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. Yay, Trump. No, I'm saying cool. He didn't do that. That's awesome. Everybody expected him to because everybody just wants to get rich off of being a politician. He's the only president ever to lose money in office. That's very, very, very odd. So what's your opinion on Bubba's picture? I think it's freaking nuts, dude. I think it's crazier. I think it's nuttier than squirrel turds. I think they're playing with little baby dolls. I'll be banging ears with my WRX. Mr. Beast got... No, that would be freaking crazy. Peace out, brother. Okay. Now, let me de-op you. So you just left the game. All right. I took it away. What up, Space Cow? Man thinks for this all day long. The Christian church is the OG propaganda machine. The Catholic Church? People are disagreeing with your opinions. Bring them to anger and discomfort. Their opinions aren't based on facts, but rather emotions. They'll land your... Right. People say it's so logical while they're being illogical. Emotions that were so easy to control. And listen, I'm blessed to have been in the movie industry for 15 years to see how propaganda is made, to see how the writers talk about emotion, how to get someone into an emotional state, and then change the way that they feel about a character. And then you see it being done in everyday life. It's absolutely... Clip it! I turned off my idiot box 3 years ago. It was constantly playing repetitive content. Right, that's programming. Repetitive programming. What's your thoughts on Iran still having 60% enriched uranium? Brother, I don't know. Listen, here's another thing about the propaganda. If you look at the Iranian propaganda for the Iranian people, they're saying we're just waiting for the Americans and the Israelis to land and then we're going to attack them while things are blowing up around them. And the Americans are saying something different. So what you're hearing outside of America, we're hearing different in America. So what's the truth? We have no idea. If I was running Iran, I would be telling everybody, we still got everything. We haven't even used any of the super special missiles yet. We got no idea what's true. Merry Christmas. That's what it is. But I meant I'm stoned. Yes, Stephen Hawking and President Bill Clinton playing with baby dolls, and he's in Stephen Hawking's in a dress. Slay, Stephen Hawking in a dress. Do you recall? I redline a lot. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to this. All right, I got all emotional for too long. The picture is insane. You're saying the only way to know the truth is for me to stop doom scrolling and go to Iran. Listen, you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, because we're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, right? I pay taxes for other people to do that, right? Like, we shouldn't have to. Like, the thing is, this is why Iran shut off the internet for most of their people. And listen, they've got segments of people. CNN just got caught because CNN live streamed from Iran when Iran didn't have any internet. And they didn't think that we'd put two and two together. No, they got permission from the government of Iran to do the live stream, which means that everything that they showed in the camera's view was pure propaganda. They had like 8 cars pull up to a gas station to get gas and drive out. The windows were 100% tinted. You couldn't see the people. They had bottles of water fill up the whole front entranceway of the gas station to show we've got plenty of water for everyone. It was so obvious propaganda. So, but why didn't they go to some other area? They said, no, it looks like everything's fine here in Iran. You went to one gas station and everything's fine. You didn't go. Iran's the size of 3 Texases. It's bullcrap. That's the wrong. I know. Could be AI images. Right. This is AI. Are you doing this hiding the actual truth? No, this isn't AI. Pretty sure you wouldn't be able to go underground to find out. Yeah. Right. We don't know what the truth is. Why didn't they use them already? Why hasn't Iran used it? Why are they just taking the abuse? That's what's crazy. Look at this guy, definition of conspiracy theory. I love it, Dylan. Who takes the picture? When we hear people saying free blank blank. Yes, right. It's crap. Listen, if they say free blank blank is suffering, what they're doing is they're saying, hey, I set up a nonprofit to take donations. I'll pay myself $250,000 a year, and I'll send 7% of whatever gets donated to that country. And that's what they do. People say follow the money. We expect the news to follow that money and tell us when it's wrong, but that's not what happens, because they'll advertise with those news stations to get more donations. Go fix it, bro. You can't muddy the waters. Protect your president. Americans will follow the Zionists. It's a possibility. It's like the scene from The Interview. Exercise and protein are 2 of the most important things to get your mind when you have ADHD trying medication. Thankful my therapist taught me this. I didn't mean to get... Yeah, I love you, Brianna. I love you. I love you. Hey, Richard. I'm having a good day, Loretta. How are you? I wasn't redlined. Virtue signaling, I'd say therapist. She didn't really work the average therapist. She didn't ask questions, take notes. She explained what's going on in my brain. Change daily. Bill Gates is pretty disgusting too. Yeah, dude. Really bad. Man, how to get such ball knowledge like you. Brother, I dropped out of high school after 11th grade. I took one semester of college, and I was like, this is stupid. I learned everything on my own. I was very, very blessed to be able to get lots of really good work with a lot of really great companies and really great people, and was able to learn a lot. I remember my 5th grade teacher asked us to bring money to school to put in the UNICEF box. Right, and you know what? I bet you if you go back and look and ask for receipts, say, hey, how much did this school donate to UNICEF? And they'll be like $312 when they probably gained like 10,000 off of you kids. It's absolutely crazy, dude. It's crazy. More of a coach, I guess, but her job was called a therapist or whatever. I love you too, Brianna. And we should be able to have conversations like this. We should be able to. But the people that are like, oh my God, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, that's not helpful. That's not helpful to anybody. If people get so emotional over hearing something, but Fox News said, CNN said, it's like, well, okay, maybe that's false, right? So I try to show people that you can get knowledge without watching that stuff. But yes, AI is really, really not helping the cause. Do you recall your favorite Bible verse? Yes, I do. Do you recall your favorite Bible verse, Space Cowboy? I don't even think you have one. I remember the box tops. Yeah, the box tops. Save their marriage. My therapist told me Adam did. Here's a conspiracy theory. We're living in the 1700s because we added 300 years during the medieval ages. Son of a... Yeah, just kidding. I didn't think he did. For the Lord loved the world so much he gave his only son. Jesus Christ, superstar. Any thoughts on the Jim Carrey thing? Dude, yes, that shit's awesome. Hold on, let's pull that up real quick. The same with all these would be so-called YouTube content creators go around playing God who he saved thousands for you. However, yes, it's all a scam. It's all a scam. It's all a scam. People take something out of nature and then sell it back to you. Oh, look, we'll tell you how to get a boyfriend. Date 19 guys at the same time. Tell them all that you're banging all of them and one's better than the other. And if you like, and it's like, what are you doing? They know they're destroying it because then you have to come back and be like, well, I think I might have screwed it up because, well, try again, but this time do 20 guys. It's like over and over. Dating apps are built to fail. They're built, the algorithm in the dating apps are built to put you with people that you're not compatible with, and to find people. They know what girls are hoes because they know how often the girls connect back and how often they swipe, and they know their text messages that they're saying like, hey, what's up? Hey, and they know which girls are hoes, and they sell them hoes. They know that, hey, this guy doesn't get no girls, so we'll put them together. He'll get money, and then that will go out, and then they both come back. They fail again. She comes back. She pays her subscription. He comes back, pays his subscription. Then they fail again. And the people that make money are the advertisers. You have local companies, local bars and restaurants that advertise and with these dating apps, and then you go say, hey, we'll go to this bar or restaurant. Now, even if the date fails, they still make their money. And then if that falls apart, then you're going to have another one set up the next day, and you can have these people, and now they're making money. That's how they're making money. That's why you're broke and they're making money. Like, dude, there's bot apps you can buy for your restaurant or bar for girls particular, like fake guys, Chad looking guys that will talk to a girl and tell her everything she wants to hear, because that's what AI is good at, and then say, okay, let's meet up at the restaurant down the street. And then what happens? The girl shows up, the guy doesn't show up, and the bartender's already said to be like, hey, I'll give you your first drink free. And then she's like, well, okay, well, I'm already embarrassed, so then I'll buy something. And it didn't cost them nothing. And then she just spent $100 on herself at the own restaurant. And then look, I promise you, this is a big, huge issue that happened. Look at how Meta, Instagram, trained its AI on girls. Because girls were like, I got 600 guys in my DMs. Yeah, but 590 of them are fake. They're just being trained off of you, and they're fake guys. This is why when you set up dates with them, you get ghosted, because they're fake. And then guys just get shit on, being like, oh, why that guy is so horrible. No, it's because you've been AI catfish. Do you recall your favorite brand of gasoline? Chevron. Oh, what were we supposed to look up? I missed something. Sorry about that. I talk a lot. UNICEF. Dang it. Dang it. Did you look up the... I can't find it. My therapist. 5th grade teacher. All right, let's get back down here. My favorite Bible verse is, it's all crap for the uninformed. That's me. Grass-fed organic bullshit. So I get all of my meat from one cow that lives 2 miles, that grew up 2 miles down the street. It's not grass-fed, grass-finished, all that. Yeah, that if you buy that, that's all bullshit. Talk to the person that feeds your cow, the cow that you're going to get. $700 for a quarter of a cow, $2,800 to find 3 other families, $700 each. You get one set of DNA, all of you. It's not blended up, 2,900 cows all blend together. Therapists are human. They cutthroat professional. Yeah, they're not very effective typically. Exactly, Adam. Let me guess, you're single. I'm single. You might think I'm crazy to hang out with you, or maybe think I'm lucky. You might think I'm crazy. Oh, Jim Carrey, that's what it was. Sorry, brother. The Jim Carrey clone. I love this stuff, dude. Look at this. I love this stuff. Look at him. Boy, different color eyes and everything. Rick Astley's. Geez, I can't spell that. 42069 wackadoo. What up, Riggy? Saying something as organic as literally means nothing. Yeah, it's complete bullcrap. You sound kind of like Brad Pitt. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think. Maybe I do. Do you ever get long blood stirring? Do you ever get a long blood string during a nosebleed and just eat it? No, it's not usually a good idea. I'd advise looking at my comment on your YouTube post before you post on your food. He got boiled. Yeah, dude. And Debrinky, Long Balls is watching. He's actually hot. First, tell me that's another guy wearing a Jim Carrey face. Brother, listen, I got no idea. Look, I did the whole bringing it into GIMP and checking the eyebrow formation, the nose, the tilt of the nose, the cheekbones. It's all off. The jaw, but he couldn't got his jaw shaved down. Jim Carrey's got more of a square jaw, more of a box jaw. And this guy's got this freaking V face thing. It's totally creepy. Debrinky Long Balls. All right, Riggy, back to the padded room with you. I saw a lady say Jim Carrey is dead. That Brinky. All right, I dig your voice. It's very calming. Thank you, little native mama. Welcome back, by the way. Well, a big issue is when animals are crammed into small spaces. Yes, right. They think that's how freaking mad bird disease, not mad bird disease, avian flu. I think that's how that started. Yeah, he. All right, sorry about that. I gotta get rid of dinky long balls. Why the long blood? It's your brain falling. I think the lady that played Cruella de Vil. Wasn't that his wife? Cruella de Vil actress. Oh no! What's her face? Emma Stone is the new one. And what's her face? I can't remember her name. Oops, I can't remember her name. What's her name? Yeah, that's Emma Stone. Glenn Close, then Emma Stone. Fail is being modest. He actually voiced Batman. I am Batman. I am Batman. I am Batman. If he's getting cosmetic surgery, why would he make his forehead bigger? Right. That's what's. It's okay. Dairy cows take so many resources, and I say this is someone in Wisconsin. Chickens and pigs take away less. Look at your comment. I'm looking at your comment. What did I miss? I'd advise you looking at my comment. Oh, my post. Okay, gotcha. Hold on. I'm cooked. You're definitely cooked. All right, post. Okay. Jeez, dude. Oh, that's Space Cowboy. He's looking at my tiki masala, and he says, reminds me of what I dropped in the toilet this morning. That's my tiki marsala. You know, once again, catcher, corporations running everything. Normally, a family-owned farms produced locally, always better. That's right. Batman. I'm just starting an issue now. Yeah. That's a bunch of crap. That resources thing. Listen, that's a bunch of crap. Do you understand how much power cow poop makes? Do you understand that most dairies take the cow poop to run the power they run? They're talking about water. A lot of that water gets reused, but for people that need to bitch about something, like they need to be an activist so that they can start a nonprofit to get donations to save the cow water. The cow water, just like water in car washes, gets recycled for watering. The cows only drink the fresh water that's for drinking, and then their poop makes the energy to run the dairy. They're actually very, very, very good. But they wanted to make cows look bad to say, hey, the cow farts are destroying the universe. Mad cow comes from feeding cows other single cows. That's right. Cow brain to cow brain. Don't eat your own brain. Chickens don't make milk. I'm a big fan of milk. Yeah, I got straight, they call it pet milk, not for human consumption. It's straight out the teat. Do you believe there's a reptilian thing? Listen, I'm starting to more and more, but I'm not convinced of it now. What happens if you feed a mad cow to a mad cow? Mad cow squared? He's eating his own freaking stringy nose blood. Also, have you seen videos of cows being let out in the grass field this spring, summer? You can see them happy. Right, exactly. It's the cow farms that have them all cram packed, a butthole to foreface, and you know. But the ones that live have a big ass field, and they can make sweet loving little cow babies when they want to make them, and eat enough and sleep, and yeah, they're no problem. They're no problem. But if you could just get rid of all those farms, then you could buy 3D printed beef. It was all a scam to try to get people into 3D printed fake vegetable meat alternative. No, it was just a scam. Yeah, thank you, Space Cowboy. You should look up a video of that cannibalism, Adam. The older I get, the more I think the Amish were right. They were 100%. Those guys are freaking great. They make the best. Yes, exactly, too. I was going to mention that, but I didn't know how well it would go over. The Epstein cow. I think when they spin. Listen, right. Why do they taste so good? Right. They taste good. How FCC is doing nothing to protect elderly from being scammed? I don't know. I do not know. I mean, how would they help? Like, how do you keep the phone from ringing? Right? Like this is the thing with education. Like, I mean, how would they stop it? I know that's big in Asia and Europe to set up big call centers, scam call centers and whatnot. And but yeah, so from what they said the other day, they're working on one big bust. They would have busted like 100,000 people at a time, but we'll see. Cows don't eat meat. That's 6th grade science. They got the wrong teeths. The undereducation in cows. The undereducation. Chickens make milk. All the mammals do. Chickens aren't mammals. They have eggs. We don't drink cow's milk because of the nutrients we wanted to give back to young kids healthy for his bone support. Cow poop is fertilizer. People forget. Right. Chickens make milk. Chickens don't make milk. Chickens are birds. Oh my God. Yeah, and they lay eggs. Mammal means live young, except for the duck-billed platypus. They lay eggs. Yes, they lay eggs. Yeah, they're not egg layers, right? Ignore me. Chickens don't make milk. They lactose. That's freaking funny. That's funny. They lactose. That's funny. It's mixed into the soilage. Yes, ma'am. Loretta, have you ever stepped in a cow patty? I've slipped in a cow patty and my whole back. Right on my whole back. Definitely. Chickens have nipples. They drink cow chicken milk. All right, hold on. Let's go back to this. I want to watch some of this stuff. Now that we got over the emotional stuff, we'll go to the funny stuff. Time for recess. He's gonna hit the handle. Now it's gonna catch all fire.
He ruined it.
It's fine.
Oh, that wasn't very good. No, what are you doing? It was welding?
A welder's head isn't just there to hold the mask. Better take good care of it.
At least he had a freaking weld mask on. Sorry about that, ma'am. Oh no, this ain't looking good already. The lactose. How much protein in chicken milk? You guys, chicken milk is obviously my favorite. A warm cow patty on a cold morning, bare feet on the farm, right through the toes, right through the toe. Emotional stuff. Yeah. Weird. Hold on. Okay, weird how people agreed eating baby cows wasn't okay. So hard to get the veal. Oh yeah, I agree. 1,000 cows in a few acres. Listen, the thing is, the companies, the corporations that mass cow, they don't want to give up the small cows. They don't want to. They want to get the most profit per cow. So if you can get 100,000 gallons of milk out of a cow and get its adult-sized meat out of the cow, but they just start an emotional thing. Oh my goodness, you're killing the cows. No, they sell meat per pound. They want the cow to weigh more when they sell it. It was all emotional manipulation. We raised money playing golf off cow patties. I want to hear about it. There's no song. It might be copyrighted, but it's not about the sound. I think we're meant to be vegan. My reasoning is that when we drink, like we do, like herbivores drink, we suck the fluid down. I'm saying I love certain foods I'm going to eat. Listen, brother, it's complete opposite for me. I think we're supposed to be carnivores. If you look at the human fossil record, you look at how much, I think it was nitrogen 20 that's in the bones. When humans are doing very, very well, they get more nitrogen 20, more meat, more nitrogen 20. So we have the ability to eat both. But I think we're supposed to eat meat, and when we can't find meat, we can eat vegetation to survive until we can find meat again. I'd have no proof for that. I've got some small, weak evidences, but I'm telling you, I think I'm onto something. Especially a lot of people that get sick from vegetables. Like they waste away. It's called a wasting disease. They waste away, and then they get on a pure carnivore diet to reset their body the way it should. But it's a theory. It's a theory. I see it, Catra. Monkeys eat meat sometimes too. So because baby cows are delicious. My omnivores will eat anything that doesn't eat us first. That's right. Imagine neglecting the concept. Why doesn't a chicken wear pants? It's peckers on its head. Welcome to Recess, guys. Peckerhead, dude. So I've got a chicken named Peckerhead. It's got a couple of freaking I was gonna say leaves, feathers missing because all the other girls pecker in the back of the head. This one in particular. The worst is when people try to get their cats vegan. Yeah, dude. Listen. If you make your cat vegan, you're just going to take it to the vet more. And you're going to spend a lot of money to get IV bags and nutrients for your cat. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Cats will jump in the air and rip birds out and chew their hearts out of their chest. They don't care about your vegetable freaking cat food. I wouldn't disagree. Maybe we're omnivore like bears and we sit what's available. That's what I think. If you think about it, we think about how humans are now that there's stores and shit, supermarkets. But think about like if we were a roaming band of miscreants, we would come every once in a while. We're hungry. We would kill a cow or bust a buffalo or whatever, and then we would eat that, and that gives us a lot of very dense protein and nourishment. And then when we get hungry and we're a couple miles from a couple days from the next source of meat, we can eat the cold weather vegetation and whatnot. But that's like I said, just a theory. Dolphins are very creepy. I think I saw too much, a little too James. What? I think they saw too close to little James. Eat what's available. I got. Okay. What's it? Okay. Catra. That's me. Probably gonna get me. I said a hit. Yeah, definitely gonna get me frickin' banned. Wackadoo. The hit. Stop the rocket to the. See how happy they are. Hip hop, hippity hop, hip hop, but don't stop the body rock. All right, cows in Switzerland. Yeah, that's how they are down the street here. Yeah, they're absolutely they're loving it. They're loving life. And then after cows stop producing milk, they go downhill. It's end of life. They don't live another 50 years. They live another one, if that. Oops.
Guys, I'm going to get a haircut. I'm so excited. I'm going to look so good.
Oh, that's not a good idea. Well, he's crying. Oh, he cut through the frickin' smoke. Do you know how bad that stinks? Oh, he just destroyed the whole place. Oh, he's flooding it out. Damn. Oh, yeah, there goes that drop ceiling. Oh, yeah, all your computers done. All they done. Oh, here you go, Katra. Two lesbians trying to build a house together.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Look at her try to pull this thing off the wall. She just freaking flexes it, like leans back to pull it off the wall, and she's on a stand. Where did she expect she was gonna go when it popped off? Animals need meat if you care about animals' lives. Right. You have to think. What's up, poop noodle? Dolphins are such handled animals. I'm surprised they aren't included in the Bible as creatures that go to hell. Vegans are really insane. Yeah, listen. I talk about vitamin B12 all the time. Vegans are almost exclusively, like 99.9% of vegans that don't supplement are B12 deficient. And that can cause a lot of psychiatric problems. A lot. And it's well known. What I need, I get from the earth. Down the street.
He measured it all so carefully, but still missed something.
Plastic sports them. Dolphins make the frogs gay. They kill off the dolphins for sport. Yes, for sport. Yes. Listen. Do you know when an animal is so nice and cute, and then when it's mad at you, it will chew your throat out, and people are like, they only see pictures of the cute, fluffy little bunny rabbits and stuff. No. It's us versus them, not the frogs. Good thing the frogs can change sex. They're hermaphroditic, and guess what they do with the corpses? Oh, they eat them. Oh, yes, they hump them. That's right. That's what you're about to say, right? Did he say it? Dolphins use fish as, I don't want to say what they do with the fish. I eat a dolphin eye to gaff through that monkeys and the other monkey chimps. Yes, they actively do. Dude, they'll rip an arm off of one and beat another one to death with it. They'll pull a bone out of one of their friends and they'll stab another one with the bone. They're definitely sinners, straight to hell. I'm the stupid one in the pair. I haven't found the other one yet. Well, I always do stupid shit. Eat the sinners. Sounds cool to me. All right, man. I got to get some sleep. Truly grateful to have you on my feed. Yes, Oria, brother. Nice to meet you, my friend. Hope to see you around here every day, multiple times a day. Chimps are one of the animals that make war. Strip teasing the fish see the world. I got mauled by a rabbit, dude. Listen. If they want you dead, they're not light and fluffy anymore. They will protect their own. It's just that they're so easy to kill, and they do get. But your cat will eat you. You know how often cats will eat their owners when their owner dies? It's like 90%. Unless the cat has access to other food, you are food. They're not licking you because they love you. It's not a kiss. They're tasting you. Squirrels. My sister had a roommate at college chased down by attack by a squirrel. Squirrels in her pants. Uncontacted tribes in the Amazon also eat a lot of monkeys. Yep, agreed. No, like without a doubt, 100% right. And they make jewelry out of monkey skulls and stuff. I pick up and eat a rabbit. My cat, I get him, man. Animals weren't smart. They stop attacking. If animals were smart, they stop attacking humans. Be cute little pets. All right, sorry. Cats going us when we die. They're just cashing in. Yeah, cashing in their investment.
Hell hole, I hate this house. I hate everything about this place. I despise this house.
What'd he do?
Nobody helps me around here. All y'all do is sit around.
What happened?
God, this hell hole, I hate this house. I hate everything about this place. I despise this house.
I despise this man. Animals don't feel pain or have souls. No, hell no, they don't. Absolutely, Bator.
A reminder that spending a few seconds reading the manual can save you hours of fixing mistakes.
He just put it directly into the drywall. Oh, she's smiling. Did you see that? She was smiling when she cut her hair, so her eyebrows were up. So if, like, when girls are looking in the mirror to cut their hair, they raise their eyebrows. So they cut their hair up here instead of where their eyebrows are. Like, they're looking in the mirror, their eyebrows raised. I love it. I love when I see girls do this stuff. Look at this. Look at this look on her face. So cats sometimes lick their owners as a form of love to groom them. Yeah, wrong way. Oopsie. The drywall don't matter. If it slides right out of that drywall, it's done. Right? If he put weight on that, I mean, the beams would have been the last inch and a half, right? Or inch and a half by inch and a half. So he would have completely, those beams, unless there was a 2x6 running face to that, which there probably isn't. It can be positive, but make sure to clean that off. All right, let's see. Yeah, hold on. Let's get a close up on this one. All right. All right, here we go. So you're... my cat is obsessed with me. I think sometimes she thinks she's lesbian for me, which kills the vibes. I just want to be her mom. Yeah, that would definitely kill the vibe. Shock value. I had a cat that climbed up my pillow, licked my head, domino the black white cat. Autistic thing. My dog used to try to eat the drywall. That's not good.
I did.
Can I get a hail Satan? Thanks. No,
not every beauty hack is a good one. Not all of them make you beautiful.
Like cats are tasting wasp. She put gelatin on her face instead of face mask, I guess. Wasps scare me too. There's a species of wasp with a photographic memory. Like, hell no. You need a wasp? Hey, plastics, you can put anything in her mouth. Looks like Jim Carrey.
It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna try to peel it off.
That's your future, girl. That's your future. Penguins also use pebbles for prostitution. So do some women I know. Pebbles, pebbles aren't. Oh no. Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Hold on, I'm going the wrong way. Dude, what a freaking nut.
Oh my god. Oh
Except
my god.
No, you're thinking the wrong way. You gotta think more of Bavarian marching powder in rock form. Are my mod perms also revoked? I have no. When's the last time you were here? Probably. Has it been like 3 months? Are you hanging out more, Ember? Ouch. Jacking points, you fool. Right.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Like, he's using plastic ramps. And he probably jacked his car up and then put the ramps under there because he doesn't have enough room. I guess the door could have been up. I was going to say he doesn't have room to reverse up onto him. So he probably jacked the car up and he's just doing that. It's definitely been a lot longer than a month. You're gonna have to. If I see you again tomorrow, we'll talk about it, brother. You're not even on the Discord, are you? What makes a video funnier is a guy watching and talking about them. Who'd have thought? What up, Stereo? I'm dead ass penguins. Yes, that's correct. Penguins absolutely do. Absolutely do. They absolutely use it for profit. But they call crack rocks pebbles. Is what I was saying. Agreed on it. Dolphins are so smart. Why don't they have their driving licenses? Come on, rude plastic, rude. Oh, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what was he thinking, dude? Just the middle of the frickin' door and like he was like jacking up. I'm guessing it sounded like it was ripping through fiberglass, like his floor pan is fiberglass. Oh no, that's the valve. Why did he didn't frickin' empty the frickin' propane tank first? He just went through the wall. Damn, went through the wall. Nice frickin' hole. Maybe because they're getting obsessed with getting off. Yeah, right. It's 4:54. They got 6 more minutes. How's the tractor? Yeah, we'll talk about it. I'm gonna make videos about it. We'll see. We got to see what happens. Dolphins wouldn't get driver's licenses. They couldn't drive. They'd kill the drivers and steal the cars. Bunch of gooner dolphins. Whenever you see a CCAT video from India, you know it's going to be some crazy shit. We're going to watch it again. And why? Why would you just pull off the frickin'... Why would you just undo the valve without checking to see if it's empty first? I understand. You already answered. About Muslims, what do you think about dolphins? He's so lucky. That didn't hit a, that's so lucky he didn't hit a flame source. Could you imagine if he was like smoking a cigarette and that thing would have torched up? Wonder where it landed. It's a ploy and they want more air conditioning. Right. Like, how can we get a hold of this wall? I got an idea. Why are you standing on a wet metal roof? I know it's not that big of a pitch, but still, he's gonna walk right through it. He's pissed. Muslims don't kill for sport.
The first failure is always a warning. Maybe he should have stopped there.
She locked herself in. Can't get out of her own
at least
house.
she gained some experience and created some content.
She did that? That was definitely good.
Every failure is actually a lesson. A perfect example of how theory and practice can be worlds apart.
What are you doing? She's gonna flip herself off of this. She's standing on a chair. I don't need no man. Oh, it's smoking. Boom.
The goal was to repeat it, not one-up it.
On today's episode of how
Technically, dolphins are into bestiality. Yes, they are.
and that's
I don't need no man. You know that's where I was coming from. That's like that. What up, Lena Lowe? What up? She's not very good at
When
her
you
job.
deconstruct
What?
a sponge cake.
Did she just hit the bottom of the pan while...
Y'all, that's why I hate this type of stove. Oh my goodness.
Why? If it was a gas stove, you wouldn't have a
Really
house
set on
left.
fire, y'all. Good thing my husband came in. Oh my God.
All right, this is the landlord special.
There you go. Oils and oil. Oils that ain't oils. Ow.
Yet another reason not to trust every tutorial online.
Alright, we just drill all the way through and pull back. What is that? Uh-oh. Oh.
Went to the mustard.
I drilled into the mustard.
Man, some people, dude. Some people.
Alright.
Wow. Oh, you trying to pull a house down? I love mustard. We know you're hungry, Plastic. You put, man, I tried my best to be nice, but there's some seriously stupid people out there. Yeah. I tried my.
I boiled.
Oh, I thought he's gonna rip the freaking bumper off.
Because I didn't have a. Oh my God.
She froze
didn't
the
have
eggs in there.
cold
Hold
water,
on, what?
I boiled my eggs, but then I put them in the freezer because I didn't have a. Oh my God. I didn't have cold water, and then it's been hours. Okay.
God, you're right. I'm so hungry. It's not hard to tell. You seem like the kind of guy who excessively eats mustard on hot dogs. Now, dude, I do not like mustard on hot dogs, dude. People get so mad at me that I put just ketchup on it. If someone's got some fancy mustard I've never tried, I'll try it on my hot dog. But no, I put ketchup on my hot dogs. And I eat frickin' ham and pineapple pizza. Common sense is not common. No, it's not. French mustard and honey pork. Honey pork neck. Bam. Plastics to put in your mouth. Why don't you plastic?
That's cool. You need ice water? I got ice water.
She did it. Blueberry pineapple pizza. Yes, sir. Blueberry. Oh, you're talking about the dessert pizza.
Just get that corner straight. Nice.
Now your Coke mirror's all broken. Now you're talking. Brats. I'm a fan of brats too. Sushi pizza. Oh no, that's definitely a wackadoo knife. Pineapple pizza. Yeah, pineapple's great.
My God. Okay.
Suddenly the realization that Facebook IQ test wasn't accurate. It's not dessert pizza. Stop calling it. That's normal pizza with cheese and blueberries. As almond moms don't speak for me. I haven't put some Grey Poupon on it. Grey Poupon's all right. I mean, but it needs ketchup. It needs ketchup. I'm not against pineapple on pizza. I'm against pineapple. She's a smooth player. Put anything on it. I was about to say it's got to be from China. Absolutely. Look at this. It should be spring steel at least. Grey poop on what?
Oh.
Grey poop on your chest plastic. Oh, sorry, children. Sorry.
My God. Okay, I'm not gonna do that again.
Dude. He's trying to put on his... Who runs power next to... What? Hold on. That was his shower head. Is that one of those suicide shower heads that got 240 volts on them? You know what I'm talking about? It's got to. It's got to be. Why is there voltage running to it? Wow. Knife weaker, woman strong. Grey poop under the toilet. Fully blown. Have you ever the heat the water inside the shower. Have you ever seen that? Look, I'll show you. And they're live. But because the current is so low going through you, it doesn't kill you. But you can measure the voltage from the water to ground through a meter. Watch, I'll show you. Suicide shower head.
I briefly mentioned suicide shower. Let's see if it is truly suicidal. Here we have two bare heating elements that are completely...
It looks like the inside of a hair dryer, and you have bare wire heating elements, nichrome wire, that the water comes in contact with. And that's how it heats the water.
Exposed to the running water without isolation. The ground wire goes straight into the input water to ground the input as well. You have to make sure the house wiring is rated for 50 amps. Otherwise, you'll set the whole thing on. You don't want live wire with you in the bathtub. Okay, so I wired everything up and plugged in my power into the GFCI outlet to prevent me from death.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's turn it on.
The
room breaker popped.
Yeah, it's not good.
I can smell wires burning now. Now I'm going to measure the AC voltage between the water to the faucet, which is my ground.
So he's got a spoon connected to his positive probe of his meter, so the water can hit the back of the spoon, so you don't have to aim for it.
I read as high as 7 volt AC. What if it goes into your eyes or mouth? It could really hurt. Okay, let's try it. I put one foot on the drain as ground and bring my tongue as close as possible. Yeah, I feel nothing. Besides these loose wires and the fact that it may set your house on fire, it seems pretty safe.
There you go. Yes, he's awesome. I've been following him for probably 10 years. Electro Boom. Oh, it's the dumbest thing. That's the dumbest thing I've ever. You dude, I've never heard of it before, right? It's welcome to 110th grade. I'm here to teach everything I know and learn everything I don't. Bro's gonna freaking Catra. Oh, nice job painting.
I think theory and practice took different paths here.
She tried drawing on freckles. I guess with what's that stuff they use in India? And what's that stuff called? Mission failed successfully, right? What is that stuff called? Henna. They have a weird fetish about shock. Some have a weird fetish about shock therapy, self-administered. Mel knows about it. What am I? Yeah, tongue all curled up. Henna, yeah, henna.
Zahnwasser.
It's not coming off.
Oh my god.
I got school.
Nein.
I got school.
Digga. What the also falls jemand weiß, wie das wieder weggeht, sag mal Bescheid.
Look at this. See the big old booth? Nice it was dripping right into the sink. Go back to the video, look at his face. What was he saying? My video? Hannah has to, oh, him. Hannah has to wear off. Yeah, it's going to be a while. That's going to be a long while, like 2 weeks. She's going to have to put foundation over her henna. Right, and she did hundreds more. Girls are crazy. I would have it die hard. So true, Adam, but I don't think Habit was dying anytime soon. What going up? Este amigo. Estoy muy bien. Estoy bien. Well, it's supposed to be the wall painting those colors, not the wood.
That's how she found out a paint sprayer doesn't forgive mistakes.
Overspray everything.
And then I'm just gonna use my matcha whisk.
She's never made green tea before. Overheat it, put boiling water into the glass. Uh-oh. Yeah, here you go. There's $500 to $1,000 right there. You're supposed to put down old tires to let them land on. Look, I can cook. Look, there's not a speck of dirt or oil on her stove at all. This is the first time she's used it, and she's like, I'm gonna get freaking internet TikTok points. Look, I know how to cook. There's not a speck. That thing has never been used, and we're zooming in. That's never been used. It don't get that clean. Absolutely not. I know the internet. I know your lies. Video of the guy with the shower head be like. She can cosplay as an Iranian woman. Everything reminds me of her. Everything. I'd argue with Richard if I knew I wasn't crazy, but I'm afraid I'm a bit crazy, therefore I can't argue. Good idea. Darwin Award. Darwinism Award. Right. Some mothers got it. Some mothers do have them. That's definitely true. The cursed marshmallow. She's using a freaking flower pot. That's a flower pot. It's not heat treated. It's a flower pot. This is a planter. Don't patronize me.
It's too hot.
Guys, pour sodium in the water. Totally not dangerous or anything.
You got the accent challenge. So with me,
it could be porcelain.
The example looked perfect.
You got beanie.
But what they made is something they'll never forget.
Number 3, we got
the flower pot hen.
Number 4,
I'm not gonna stand up to that.
Number 5, we got Number 6, we got cheap.
Fucking dumb and dumber over here. What are you doing? Mom! What are you doing?
He's using a hammer drill. Oh, okay, at least he's going for the brick. That was a nice finish. Man, Richard, watch it blow up. Looks like marshmallow. No, I think it was marshmallow. I'm talking about what the pot was made out of. 90% of women in Tinder cook like that. Of the women who cook on Tinder. TV was on the other side. Oh, that would be bad too. I'm curious, Richard, what's your opinion on tortas? Tortas? What's wrong with tortas? I'm a fan.
I'm trying. Why is it not going on?
Hold it.
Hold it. Hold on, what? What? Oh, it fell on his toe. It fell. I thought he shocked himself. It fell on his toe. Uh-oh, here's the gas line. Oh, here's the water line. Oh, okay. It was water hitting the wall in the back. Now you can hear it raining in there. Oh, tortas. Definitely nothing wrong with it. Just want to know if you had good taste. Thick Mexican women. Yeah, tortas. The showers, why plumbers have to be certified. Bro, I have to watch the guy's hands. He was ready for a stroke that fast. He was ready to stroke. The marijuana just as bad as cigarettes. Just was it brothers. Listen, the big problem with smoking things, especially the problem when you smoke things is a lot of in weed in particular, cannabinoids, you kill them, you destroy them. They can't handle the heat. So, like if you eat it, it's a much different thing than if you smoke it. And if you eat and I'm talking about the whole flower, like if you make like butter or whatever with it. But if you eat gummies, so everything, all the cannabinoids, they're out of whack. And then it can cause big problems with your body because your body has cannabinoid receptors. It expects them in certain ratios, which happens in natural flower. But when you smoke it, you're destroying ones that can't handle high temperature. Using a forked branch is complete madness. Yes, yeah, he was ready to get cooled down. Me gusta. Cigarette filter. So cigarettes are really horrible for you for one huge reason. Two huge reasons. One is what's sprayed on the leaves, the tobacco leaves, before they're even picked. Pesticides and whatnot, they're not cleaned off. They don't wash them before they make them into cigarettes. This is why rich people get cigars from outside the United States off of like known farms in Cuba and stuff. And then the cyanides from cigarettes convert cobalamin to cyanocobalamin, vitamin B12. They convert it to a non-active form. So even if you're eating fruits or meats with a diet that has B12 in it, you're not absorbing it because it's converting that or not using it properly because your body's converting it to a non-usable form. That's what a lot of cigarette withdrawal is because your body is so whacked that this B12, you're so deficient in B12 that you feel like crap all the time. Tar, weed doesn't have tar and all that. Yeah, that's true too. But there's a lot, but like I'm talking about the issues with it. The big issue is if you feel bad, if you're not just smoking for celebration or drinking for celebration, you're smoking and drinking because you feel bad all the time. You got to not feel bad all the time. You got to get that part fixed. Weed doesn't have tar. Cigarettes do. I thought tar was a plant matter. No. It's a chemistry thing. So many different chems. Listen, and you don't know what you're getting anymore either. I'm pretty sure weed has tar. It's less than tobacco. Let's see. Let's look it up. Let's find out. Faux show. Uh-oh. What'd I break? Okay. Hey, there's Stephen Hawking in a dress again. Cigarette tar versus marijuana tar. Marijuana smoke both contain harmful toxins and tar by combustion, okay? However, marijuana smoke often deposits more tar in the lungs due to not having a frickin' filter. There you go. So it's just a result of combustion. There you go. Oh no, what are we talking about? Res, right. Think about all the res you get from smoking weed. What are we talking about? This is why words matter, right? We think of it as tar with cigarettes and res with weed. Think about having to clean your freaking pipe and how much res gets, right, that goes into your lungs. Absolutely. I can't believe I completely looked over. I know it fixes roads, and Kevin used to, who's at home alone. Yep, big old thing of tar. Thank God I just got my brain on weed. That's what I heard. I could have been propaganda. 4 times as much tar. Probably more than 4 times. Think about how gooey your your devices get. Chronically depressed. I smoke both. Oh shit, I'm good. I figure as much. I used to read up a lot about this, man. I say people have their say. My Chinese smoking toy pretend. There you go. Yeah, but not lead. That's why you use a bong. That's right. There you go. Cool it down before you. That's right. Okay. They're drunk. That's hot water. Do you see the steam? Look at that.
Who wants a heated toilet?
Oh, that's oh, so they put it on the wrong side. Should have put it in the middle, buddy. Bongs cool to smoke, which allows it to condense more quickly on your bronchi. Things that there's archaeological evidence of marijuana treatment. Yeah, no, listen. It absolutely, but usually it's not smoked. Usually, like marijuana in a lot of recipes and whatnot, tinctures or tinctured. They extract it using water or oils like butter, like that. That's it. Like, yeah, just saying. Just smoke weed, y'all. Cigarettes are terrible. Yeah, cigarettes are definitely worse. Ice bongs are worse, not better. That crazy bidet. The resin is so thick and sticky. 53 years I smoked till 5 years ago. My breathing started to lapse. I suffered 5 years clean. There you go. Don't use drugs, kids. If you smoke spliffs, does the tar cancel out the resin? No, it doesn't. Did she just pour in? Did she just pour in the mix for the cheesecake and then just open it, like not cook it? Because she still touched the sides. If it just came out of the oven, it would be super freaking hot. Did she just pour the mix in there and then open it? So she watched this and she was like, "I can do that." The colder the smoke, the more likely the smoke to condense itself in your lungs rather than being exhaled. Warm water is way better for your buzz too. One friend who said it was for taste actually just trying to. Nah, people are crazy. Stick the what up, lamb? Get some water. Oh, here you go. Dude. Here's do it yourself. Hold on. I'm going to see what this chick did again. She was trying to do what? She was trying to put some flowers in the chandelier. Stop smoking a while back, though. 100%. No cooking involved, right? Thankfully, that anti-consumer is not completely deadly. Hitting for me, I think I'm going to be helping me stop smoking to hit my lungs with Xanax. Jesus, Xanax is freaking horrible for you. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's see. What did I break? I think I broke something. Oh, me, oh my. Okay. All right. That TV is going down. Yeah, you can tell. Did you know that Four Loko is GMO free? Hey, good day, dude. Fucking Four freaking dude. Okay. I remember when Four Loko was Four Loko, like before it got illegalized and they had to change it. That shit was whack-a-doodle, dude. Harvest and render milkweed oils is about as potent as opium, I hear. Well, opium's pretty potent too. Do you know that? Do you know? You're talking about milk thistle is what you're talking about. But what I actually think you're talking about isn't milk thistle. I think you're talking about what's called American opium, which is American opium. American. It's called damn it, it's not milkweed. It's hold on. It's called damn it. I have it growing all around here, and you can absolutely turn it into a ball of resin. I can't remember what it's called. You can tell when you break the stem. If you flip the leaf over and break it, it makes a triangle going all the way down the stem. Dang it. Is it milk thistle? Poor man's American opium. Ritalin. Damn it. A country where you don't have choices. Learned about the refractive index of the American rainbow from explaining why my dink is super thin. Dude, I told you. It's from drinking thick freaking milkshakes. Japanese knotweed. No. Oh, what is it called? Not thistle. Milk thistle. It's not milk thistle. Oh, what's it called? It'll pop into my brain. Okay. An opium-like resin from American plants. It's not the frickin' poppy. No, you frickin' idiot. Garden poor man's painkiller. Wild lettuce. Wild lettuce. Wild freaking lettuce. Damn it. Wild lettuce. Yes. Look that up. Wild lettuce. People buy bricks of that. It's 100% legal, and you can just take chunks. It'll give you a freaking wackadoo. It kills pain. It's very, very good. I've made my own. I forgot it was called wild lettuce, but look up if you're interested and you got pain issues, look up wild lettuce. People used to get busted after eating poppy seed rolls. Xanax is so harmful, it changes moods. Dude, Xanax is freaking horrible. Poppy seeds and bog fruit tea. Yep, you got morphine in there. Piss thistle, milkwood, piss horse thistle. I can't remember the name of the weed. Yeah. That's it. It's wild lettuce. Wild lettuce. Wild lettuce. Wild Kita and contains endorphins. Yeah, they're everywhere, right? Yeah, we just think you got to go to the doctor. We got to go to the doctor to get these. They're all around us. They're just not made popular because they're not made popular. Okay, sorry, let's get back there. Wild lettuce. We'll look at a video about wild lettuce after this. Ripped right out of the wall. He put it in the drywall. He put it in the dry.
And that's gonna route all the cold air into the duct, and you just slide the beer in like that.
Fall right out. What an idiot! Lick a frog, bam! You meet God. I eat dingleberry root. Dingleberry root. That gets stuck in your teeth.
This is what happens when you try to skimp on a good construction crew.
sat
I
out.
told my,
Oh, yeah,
I told myself, I
BG.
said, girl, don't feel bad about that. I said it was already broken. Because my big ass broke it the first time. I just finished it off.
I'm only the right frog. I wish there was a asexual version of shit. That makes sense. I had to look up as of Sally Chronically.
This method is perfect.
Brother, yes. We'll let Mel, we'll get into it right after this.
Perfect for anyone who doesn't feel more awake after their usual cup of coffee.
Right? Doctors don't fix anything. Right, no. Doctors do not fix anything. Doctors create. They create customers. That's all they do. Doctors create customers. Most of the issues we have as humans is health-wise is from our diet. If anyone's got any issues, hit the Discord, hit me up. I can help you with pretty much anything. As long as ain't bone broken and hanging out through your arm. Or if you don't want to talk about it publicly. What up, Crying Fist? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I love to hug long nuts. I love long hugs. Nobody gives me those anymore. Women. Naked jiu-jitsu. All right, we'll look at this. We'll look at this first. All right, well, and you can buy it anywhere. Like, look, we'll just look at the ordering real quick. I'm probably gonna get banned. Wild lettuce resin. So you can buy it right here. There it is. And dude, if you go to your herb shop, you can get, if you have problems sleeping or problems with pain, you can get valerian root, which is what Valium was synthesized after, but it's the whole herb, and wild lettuce. You can get valerian root wild lettuce extracts. But so that's wild lettuce. If you can get the resins, I don't know if the resins is on here or not. Here it is right there. So that's the resin. And you just take, all you need is a bottle of grain alcohol, like a half gallon of grain of Everclear, and a shitload of the leaves and stems of the of wild lettuce. And it's easy to tell what wild lettuce is. It's super obvious, and they're like 4 to 5 feet tall. And you just flip. It's got to be a jagged leaf. It's very easy to. And then when you pull the leaf off, you break the leaf in half. And if you look down the stem is just a triangle. Group chat, Kiko Dogs. I'll give you an antidepressant because a pretty lady gave me a pen. That's unfortunate. Richard struggling to read my comment as long as it was I love. So no sex a rule, but you would want to be intimately connected. Take a heroic dose of shrooms. You can do that too. Be careful. There's a channel on how to get high. No. We can talk if you need any help with learning that. I'm absolutely 100%. And I'm talking about how to help you if you're using illegal stuff for recreation or just to not feel bad all the time. I'm pretty good at solving that. I've never been a start goodie boy. Probably a good starting point. I can advise. All right, sorry. But yeah, and what was the Schmerble Herbals feral foraging? Here you go. This is a step-by-step feral foraging. Step-by-step how to make your own extract. And there you go. You'd expect to buy that from the guy down the street. Where's Jesse? Let me see. And look. It does the same thing opium does. It's the same type of latex that comes off of opium. 1.5 grams golden teachers. Good time. Hey, I'm here to help, brother. I would love wild mushrooms, but I freaking love them. What, 1.99. I'm almost there. I'm almost at 2 grand. Hope maybe we'll hit it tonight. Okay, look, there it is. So, and you've seen that in your yard. I guarantee it. If you live in America, especially, but they have versions in all over the world. If you've definitely seen that in your yard, it looks almost exactly like a dandelion that dandelions come out of, but the ones that look like that, the dandelions don't come out of. And if you, I'm sure he has it in here. Let me see if he's got, like, you've seen that leaf. I guarantee it. And he just strips it off, stripping the leaves, put it into a blender, blend it up, mix it with alcohol. Tastes bitter as you would expect. So he uses a dehydrator, it looks like, 'cause it says dehydrator right here. And then, yeah, there you go, 4 gram. I'm not eating anything. I don't get cranky, but I don't get my afternoon 4 loco. You can get it all over the world. You can get it sent. It's not illegal. You can get seeds and grow your own. It's considered a weed. It's considered a weed. It's not. You won't get the plant at the local shop. It's not like a hardwood home goods store. You won't get it there. It's a weed. It just grows everywhere. But absolutely. I think it's a matter of comfort. They don't decide. I got it in my hand. Lamb's got it in his garden. Heated water extraction. So you can do water extraction or alcohol extraction. It doesn't take that long. It takes a few hours to do. And then you get it real thick like that. And then it'll turn into a chunk. And then he puts that onto a dehydrator again. And then you have that resin. And you can just tear pieces off of the resin and make a tea out of it. Or do whatever you want, if you know what I mean. I can't really say much of this rambling. Yes, you ramble a lot. Yeah, but it's so much homeopathic and natural medicine results. Yes, right, on purpose. Listen, so when the Rockefellers took over the medical industry, when the Rockefellers found that they could make pharmaceuticals from oil, most of our pharmaceuticals, like 99%, are from oil. They start from oil. They fuck with the oil, the crude oil, and then they make pharmaceuticals. And it's used as precursors. They created the medical system. And that worked with the government to create the medical system and say, now, in order to be a doctor, you need to get a license. They created the schooling. So they are the ones that created the medical, what are they called? Not a permit. They started the regulation of it, and they said you'll lose your license, your licensing, if you say anything, if you talk about anything besides these prescribed drugs, these listed drugs that we make from oil, you'll lose your license. So that's what it's become. So ADHD, almost everybody, male, adult, and child that has ADHD is B12 deficient. So ADHD is either your body doesn't absorb B12 or you don't have ADHD and you're just deficient in B12. So, but if you have ADHD, depression, all kinds of stuff, you're probably B12 deficient. I use B12 absolutely 100% every day. I got ADHD, but it's not, I can produce and produce and produce. I'm not like, it's not confusing. I got a lot of thoughts, but I can change topics really quickly. So it's like a superpower now rather than a disability. But yeah. Jankum. You did. You want my Jankum blast in your face? Jankum's disgusting, dude. Supposedly it's the strongest strip you could do, too. Are you getting ads still? Here we go. Rockefeller's responsible for public schools. Right. They want a way to make the most customers. They'll only teach you things that'll keep you alive and teach you to use their dentists, their doctors. And then you'll be like, oh, when you get cut, you go to the doctor. When you get back, when you feel upset in your tummy, you go to the doctor rather than finding another way to deal with it. You don't deserve to. Hold on, dude. I'll take care of it. Live streaming, edit. Is everybody getting ads? Monetization. Manual save. Okay, my bad. That should take care of it. All right, that shouldn't happen anymore. Yeah, so Jankum is, you go to the open sewers. It's usually only in Africa. They go into open sewers in Africa and they fill a soda bottle with human waste. And you put a balloon over the top of it. And they said the trip is so high, you'll talk to your dead mom for an hour. That's crazy. Dependency is their goal, 100%. Yeah, dude. It's freaking, it's poop. It's poop gas. They leave it sit out in the sun and it inflates as the poop deteriorates, it inflates a balloon. Then you pull it off and you go, you lose your thumbs. Typing on the phone becomes really slow, which means you have time to think. What up, Professor Adams? Jerkum. I'd have that said. I think you're referencing AMA. Yes, AMA. Yes, regulatory. Yes, absolutely. The licensing and regulatory parts. right? And you would lose your license. If you said, oh, you need some vitamin D, you need some vitamin B12, you would lose your license because if talked about parasites. If you said, oh, you might have a parasitic infection, you'll lose your license. If the worms aren't showing, if they're not crawling out your butthole, they won't give you antiparasitics. They won't tell you. And a big problem with parasites is we used to take care of them ourselves with garlic and a bunch of other oils and even seeds from a lot of plants. But we're told to spit out the seeds of the watermelon, spit out the seeds. Sometimes you could eat coconut, pumpkin seed, but they're all antiparasitics. They got cyanide in them. Okay, but take this cyanide. It's freaking crazy. But the cyanide doesn't affect you. It'll kill parasites in your gut and other places in your body. Right. Adam, we have in Australia called Lactuga prickly lettuce. There you go, Mark. Not advert. It's done. I took care of it. Okay. Right. Final preparation. All right, let's go back to this. All right, let's go to this. Let's do this. We'll do this instead. Okay. Wild lettuce preparation. Come on, thing. Wild lettuce. I spelled it wrong. Okay, this is 5 minutes. We'll watch this.
Lactuca virosa, the European variety, is the most well-known, but it is far from the only species with the herbal action that we are after.
The herbal action.
I personally use both prickly wild lettuce, Lactuca cereola, and Canadian wild lettuce, Lactuca canadensis, and they work just fine. It would not surprise me that most of the species in this genus can be used nearly...
It takes out... It just works... Diatomaceous earth works like activated charcoal. It absolutely absorbs other toxins and stuff, and you could poop it out so it doesn't go into the rest of your body.
Interchangeably. If you need help confidently identifying wild lettuce, don't worry. We'll be covering that in detail. If you cut or break a part of the plant, you'll notice that it will exude a white resinous substance. This is called a latex, and it contains some of the important chemicals which have been discovered in the plant, such as lactucin, which is basically inverse caffeine. Because of this, some sites will recommend to try to harvest the sap in isolation by slowly scraping it from the plant. But don't bother with this. Simply harvest the whole plant. After all, this is an herb, not a drug that we're dealing with. The action comes from the whole plant, not a single chemical. Right. I usually harvest just before the plant has flowered.
That's all.
One study showed that this is the optimal time for some of the constituents.
I don't know if it's this guy or not, but this is the same guy that website we just looked at. I think he eats it. I think he tosses it with vinegar, a vinaigrette, and eats it too. My neighbor cut down my pecan tree. I think it is his property. I'm very upset. It's best move. You listen, Professor. You can be repaid for that. For every year old it is like $1,000. So you can get like 15 grand from your neighbor legally. Look. If someone cuts down a 15-year-old tree, how much can I sue for? 50-year-old trees cut down depends on your tree's species, health, and location. 10 to 20 feet tall, tens of thousands of dollar value. But it's not the price of the small sapling to buy and transport the 15-year-old tree. Range from $500 to $10,000. But you had a fruiting tree, a nut tree. So absolutely, property value. The tree was part of your landscaping. It can get that. Treble damages. In many states, the tree was cut down willfully, maliciously, without permission. It's called timber trespass. You get 3 times the appraised value. Damages for deconstruction, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like I know a lot. It has a small spine from the back of the stems. Yes. Yep, melon, nuts off, nuts down. Nuts and melons. Beauty of herbs. They have minimal side effects. Right. The reason when you smoke weed and stuff, the reason you have side effects is because you're not eating the whole thing. You're not absorbing the whole thing. You're only getting the compounds that don't get destroyed with the flame from the lighter temperature. Get wrecked, neighbor. Yeah. Repeating nuts. Nut. What are you, nuts? Oops.
Constituents in wild lettuce that may be responsible for the medicinal effects, but don't worry too much about it. How you prepare it is far more important. Once you've gathered your plants, you can dry them for long-term storage or use them right away fresh. I've done both, and they both work fine, but I do have a preferred method. Either way, I first strip the leaves off. The stems are typically not worth the
That's nuts.
difficulty to break down to use in the extraction. If you want to process straight away with fresh material, add the leaves into a blender with enough of a high-proof alcohol, 190 proof, so that it will blend smoothly. You can then leave it like this to extract for several hours or even several days. But before we go to the next step, I want to show you why I actually prefer starting
How
with
do tall
dry
guys feel
plant
about short
material.
girls?
The
They're
initial
nuts
extraction of
over
alcohol
them.
is crucial. I've done experiments extracting the same wild lettuce, one with only water, and another one with an initial alcohol extraction followed by water. Lactucin, which we discussed before, is a bitter chemical, so we can use that as an indication
Right, the more
of
bitter, the more
strength.
potent.
The one extracted with alcohol was intensely bitter, whereas the one with only water was just mild. So don't skip the alcohol. By starting with dry plant material, the alcohol rate...
Remember, don't skip the alcohol. I think you kept me awake for long enough. Have a good stream. Have a good stream, brother. Thank you, my friend. Nice to meet you, my brother.
Ratio will be higher, and you'll get a better extraction with less alcohol used. So how do we dehydrate? My preferred method is using an actual dehydrator. I've tried sun dehydration, but I usually find that it
Thank
yields
you. My neighbor tried to get out of it by offering me tickets to the Boys in the Harem because I have 2 kids. That's not the way it works, my friend. That's not the way it works. That in almost every state, the value of fruiting or nutting trees are protected, so farmers won't attack other farmers. You don't have people being like, oh, I want to grow peaches and he wants to grow peaches, so I'll cut down his peach trees. So there's laws to protect that. And like I said, if he said, screw you, I'm tired of your nuts on my lawn. So it's like, if it's malicious, if he sent you a text message or he told the neighbor, then you get 3 times the amount of the tree. $10,000, I'm telling you. I learned this like 15 years ago. So I don't know where that data was from. Here, let's see where it's linked to. Okay, so here's just Georgia tree law. So I'm sure whatever state you're in, I think you said Florida. I can't remember where you said you live on. Just have a good stream. Back is back. He'll buy you another tree. Right. But it's not just that. The seedling is going to be like $50. But that's not a 15-year-old established tree. And if you had like seats around it and stuff like that, like if it was part of the allure to your home and it would change the property value, that's got to be reassessed also. And that's got to be, and whatever it changes, he's got to pay back. He's got to pay you back for that. The lovely lamb. I'm a healthy guy. You should try 4 Loco Geek bars. It will probably help your legs. I'm a healthy guy. You should. All right, let's see.
the product that is degraded somewhat.
You can't buy the time.
The dehydrator is consistent, thorough, and leaves the plant material as green as when I picked it. With the wild lettuce leaves dried, I first use a blender to break them down into smaller pieces. Then I place them into a bowl and I weigh how much I have. Take that weight and add between 4 to 5 times that amount in alcohol at a minimum. And then I leave it to extract for at least several hours and up to several days.
You're going to end up evaporating the alcohol anyway, so you can use
This is what it looks like
after
just one night of extracting.
No, don't look into 4 Loco. That's freaking, no,
surface.
listen, do not listen to him. 4 Loco is alcohol and energy drink mixed together. It's a freaking wackadoo shit. This guy gets it. You make notes. You take notes.
Isn't that cool? After the extraction and alcohol, I add water until it's roughly double the volume. And then I put it on low heat so that the liquid rides at about 180 degrees Fahrenheit, stirring occasionally for a couple hours. Once that is done, we need to strain out the plant material from the liquid. I like to use a cloth filter to squeeze out as much of the liquid as possible. And sometimes I even use a potato ricer to get those last few drops. Now that we have our base wild lettuce extract, it's time to concentrate. This makes the preparation much stronger and easier to preserve. Again, keeping the temperature below 180.
You don't have to concentrate it. You can just drink larger amounts. But if you want to just take a little glob and rather than having a whole cup of tea, his eyes, cup of tea, I asked you what herbs could help me with my edema. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, well, we'll get through this and we'll get to edema. Yeah, brother. Yeah. It's not necessary. We'll talk about it in a second. We'll talk about it in a second. Yeah.
Degrees, I simply allow the liquid to slowly evaporate until it's down to about 1/8 of the initial volume. You should start to see it become a little bit more viscous and thick. If it gets to the point of having this thicker consistency, you could just pour it into a jar and store in a refrigerator. But I like to go one step further. I'll add a little liquid back to the extract so it can be easily poured, and then put everything into a silicone pad and into a dehydrator to evaporate the rest of the water.
Several hours later. Movie tickets is not. No.
Look how shiny it is once it's been dehydrated.
No. Movie tickets.
If the moisture has been removed completely, it should be quite easy to peel away.
Pecan pie
but if some parts are a little bit sticky, all you need to do is place it back in the dehydrator for a longer period of time, and eventually it'll remove very easily, just like this. This is the most concentrated form of our extract, and let's take a moment to see how awesome that it looks. We started with 200 grams of dried leaves, and this resinous ball weighing a whole 58 grams is what we're left with. It's not a bad extraction ratio.
Crime.
In this form, it's extremely shelf-stable.
This is how yes. Yeah, you don't have to go this far. You can leave it as a tincture. You can leave it as alcohol and the alcohol water mixture. This guy uses it a lot. So he wants to be able to take, instead of having to drink a whole bitter ass cup full, he wants to be able to just take a little nug and swallow it.
Major drawback. It is a pain in the ass to take. So here's what I do to fix that. I add a 40%
earlier,
vodka at 4 times
so it's basically what it is, but instead of using opium latex, it uses wild lettuce latex.
Weight of the extract so that it will dissolve.
Yeah, right. The problem is getting Papaver saffronium. The opium poppy, those are the ones that bleed latex when you cut them, and then you have to take the latex. But yeah, this is much easier.
As a liquid, it is now convenient to take with a dropper while remaining shelf stable.
I'd be up for that.
The last and most important step is we have to label our product so that we don't ever misplace it.
Likes are free.
For dosing, I use about a dropper full, sometimes 2, with water in the evening for sleep. This is what that amount looks like in dried herb. Every extract will be a little bit different in strength, depending on your process, so start with a small amount and slowly increase until it produces the effect that you are after. But remember, if you want to start using this wonderful plant, you need to know how to identify it with 100% confidence. And for that, you can watch this video right here. I'll see you there.
Okay. All right. Let me go here. All right. Oops, I can't spell. Okay, so you want to go back to your edema, brother? So first things first. How you doing? How you doing with vitamin D? Do you take D3 regularly? D3 regularly, like every single day, I hope. Hit the sub, give me up to 2,000. I love it now. The booster you mean St. John's where it works very well. Yeah, for short-term photosensitivity. MAIOs. No, here. No problem, brother. Vitamin D deficiency, and this is the big thing that'll start to piss you off. You've been going to the doctor for years and years for edema, and then they never once said, let's see if your vitamin and mineral levels are okay. Vitamin D is absolutely huge, and if you don't get a lot of sun, or if you use a lot of sunscreen and don't get a lot of sunlight, it can be a huge reason. But here's another big one that you need to look for. It's called K2MK7. K2MK7. Vitamin K2MK7. K2MK7. Oh, I can't spell edema right. Okay. Here you go. Vitamin K2, MK7 is linked to cardiovascular issues that can cause or exacerbate edema, fluid retention. It can be, listen, and if you have something else that's causing your edema, this makes it worse. So you can have just a little bit of edema. It doesn't have to be like life-changing. And if your doctor didn't test for your vitamin and mineral levels before they started putting you on any kind of water, what do they call them? Not desiccant. Desiccant? What's it called? Yeah, I think it's a desiccant. Yeah, for you to get rid of water. Mini edema. Edema is water gain, basically. It causes too much water in your tissues and bloodstream. If I make black dark, jeez, dude. I was trying to read and write that on the whiteboard. I don't think that'll work, Brisky. No D3. Okay, D3 and K2 MK7. Here, look. Let me get you something here. I'll get you the same one that I use here. Here, let me just. Okay. K2 MK7. Where am I at? Notes. Here it is. Here you go. All right. I don't know if you can probably copy this out of the chat. That's up to you, my brother. Get whatever you want. Just get it, but whatever you feel happy with. However you might, it can be kind of pricey. So, dermatology, is that dermatographia, or please tell me it's not a second stage thingy. Are you talking about his edema? Please, they're very different from an enema. It's very different from an enema. Brissy, doesn't work. I know all great group property. Shares pulled hard. It's the Dutch cheese. Sounds like old person problems mostly. Because we start off with basically what we need for our bodies to grow, and we eat decently when we're young, when we live with our parents. When we move out and things start to change, our diets start to change, and we start to have a lifetime of eating processed foods and shit. And even the water that you drink, chlorine is used to clean our water, but sometimes they use something called chloramine. Chloramine does not evaporate out of the water, so when you drink it, the chloramine can go through and kill gut bacteria and stuff like that, intestinal flora. And then if you don't have certain bacteria in your intestines, you won't absorb the nutrition from the food that you are eating. And then you have, it gets complicated, but you want to talk about all that. It linked to an age demographic. What is that? It's linked to, yes, it is. It's old people. Richard is old. I meant your face. What's wrong with my face? I'm 53. I'm 49. I need to wait for Richard to convince me to produce and consume a different. What it do, Dick? What up, Dean? Okay, what are you asking about my face? Why is it so good looking? Is it dermato? Oh, no. It's just, it's sweating. It's hot as shit in here. And I was working in the garden today, and pulled a bunch of plants out. I haven't showered yet. And so I got a bunch of like the plants when I work around the plants, and the freaking I get reactions to a lot of the. It's kind of like a what do you call poison ivy type reaction. It'll be gone by the morning. Yeah. I've had pizza with Chris Hansen. Hey, that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, we good. And it's hot. If I would have, I need to shave. But other than that, I thought you meant where'd that nose come from. I built it, broke it 12 times. All right, where were we? Let's go back here. All right, back to commercial break. He's wearing his shaggy shirt. Okay, let's see what these ladies did. Back to recess. But Mel, if you Mark, if you want to join the Discord, if you have anything you want to ask, not publicly, like you can ask on there. And anything I know, I'll be glad to let you know. A lot of the toxins. Yes. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah. And I trimmed my hedges, and I had to walk between the back of the house and they're like, yeah, smack. And you can watch the video from earlier if you want. Yeah, I got stabbed myself in the chest. Other than that, don't eat McDonald's. Yeah, do not eat McDonald's. What up, Space Cow? Hey, no problem, Mark. No problem. Do you think a guy got struck by lightning 7 times is lying? No, he's got 7 hospital stays from that. I don't. No, this was from like the late 90s. They talk about all kinds of interesting stuff. But I mean, that all could be fake too, sure. But at least he had some sort of evidence. I don't think I eat McDonald's a few more times. I'm sure you will. She needs a cuddle buddy. All right, let's see. Freaking Space Cow's got some wacky ass stuff for me. Oops. Whew. These freaking kids.
Hey, Brandon, we got a package from Wabam.
Well, what are you waiting for? Open the fucker up.
Munchausen?
Man, it's like pulling out a butt plug.
Lightning. I guess you both. Kit. What up,
got
Ben?
Some hands and
100% silica. I got my own
sneakers.
card.
Oh. This is a diesel shop, not a gasser shop. What does she think she's doing?
What does she think she's doing?
Hey, I heard you guys got a detailing kit.
No.
Yeah, you did. Now you can go clean the van since you guys like to screw it up.
I don't think I'll be cleaning it.
Yeah, you will.
They need better mics.
Fine.
The only thing I ever get.
Thank you, Wabam, for the supplies. It's clearly going to go to really good use. What does she think she's doing?
Hey, Brandon, we got a package.
They're in a freaking automotive, a tractor trailer repair automotive shop. So it's a high ceiling so that the tractor trailers can go up on lifts. That's got a high ceiling.
From Wabam.
Well, what are you waiting for?
All right, back to the funny stuff. Is it self-tanner? Oh, they're trying to add. Oh, it's spray on freckles.
Dig a hole for 2 weeks to put the trampoline at ground level, and then it rains for 2 days straight.
Oh, damn. That was a bad idea. She's trying to flatten out the top. Mom! Mom! What are you doing? What are you throwing on the fire? What are you dumping on the fire? What's going on here? What is going on here?
I'm literally crying over my nails right now because they're so ugly. Oh my god, okay. This is what I wanted, okay? This is the pastels, and this is what I got.
I thought you said her nails. Wrong side, he flipped it over. Hey, that happens all the time. Oh, here goes a house. Don't make me immortal. Oh, wait, no. It's gonna jump off it. What happened?
Oh, it's moving! It's going
People are stupid. Definitely what makes people more interested. Yep.
Oh, Lord.
I'm really not perturbed by longevity. Clinging to life is what makes death scary. Yep, it's true. It looked like rice. It was handful. I don't know. You think it was flour? Yeah, flour, it will explode. Anything particulate will absolutely. Flour's a bad idea. It needs to be something that's not flammable. Sugar is an accelerator. I recall ice fishing. It's not for everyone. It's not. That's some me shit. I can do patterns. I'm glitched. You should look up the Lake Village tornado from last night. All right, we'll look it up right after this. All right, we'll look it up now. Lake Village tornado from last night. 83% of humans are stupid, and 100% will believe that you made up that 83%. Is that what's coming next, Loretta? Oh, jeez. I'm going to get in trouble for playing the freaking news.
Where the storm trackers were on the scene as the intense severe storm just raked right through the region. Significant damage was reported. Multiple homes were destroyed, debris scattered all across the neighborhoods. Search and rescue operations are still underway as of earlier this morning. Now we're following
Kaneki?
We're following it this morning and this afternoon.
Holy crap!
Last night. Like I said, Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray just got to the scene. Robert, you've seen this kind of action all the time, and every time I see behind you,
He sees a lot of action, and every time I get behind you,
our polls are down.
media consumes mainstream media. Can't even spell right there. I got them all coming.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, we're not going to get into all this right now. Mainstream media. I am mainstream media. This person's an idiot. They put a freaking board on the bush. You got to keep trying to nail the bush. Hickey from Kaneki. Fire. I was summoned. Structural bush, exactly. Join the Discord. Did I not put the link in the chat? Hold on. It's pinned in the chat. If you download Discord, then just click on the link. It should take you right there. It's pinned in there, brother. Natural twisters are more dangerous than daytime twisters. Nocturnal. Dun, dun, dun. What up, that guy? Again. If you have a problem, download Discord, and then you should just be able to click on the link that's pinned in the chat. It's the same stuff that's here, basically, but it's just a way to communicate. If we can't talk about stuff here, like medical stuff, if people have issues with that, like they don't want to say, hey, I got freaking spots on my butt cheeks, or I dated this chick last night and my dingle was burned. You know what I mean? Structural bush. What up, Zara? Nocturnal twisters. It's directions for the island retreat. No, not that kind of shit. I don't fuck with that. Have you noticed how far north tornado activities? Tornado Valley used to be down near where I'm at. Oh, look at this. Look at that freaking. Hold on, let me go back here. I want to go back to the bush. Go back to the bush. I told you that in confidence. Sorry. I work for Green Light. That's so dumb, dude. That had to be so irritating to roll out of that. Look at this. Look at this. At least it didn't stick. Hey, look, it's what's her face? Big Farmer. Merry Christmas.
Note to self. No.
This is the first for me, so the dishwasher's right there. The kitchen here. Dishwasher's in the hole.
You gotta be kidding me.
You know, there's a little closet here. Guess where the dishwasher goes to?
They're in a junkyard. She didn't even look. She didn't even look before she ran out. Hey, thank you, Brisk. Hey, we got a new Rick and channel member. Thank you, Brisk, brother. Welcome, my friend. Oh, no. Hey, your cake's not going to be ready by your wedding.
Ready, go.
Go quick. Oh my gosh.
I tried. Wow.
The plan was solid from the start, but the execution didn't hold up.
Oh my god. Yikes. All I gotta say.
If your father wouldn't have left me, he would have. 'Tis the season. Big up, Brisk. Yeah, boy.
Guess what didn't survive this project? Her expectations.
You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna break the tile. It's gonna break the tile.
Oh my god. Oh no. No, Jason, don't do it.
Into the gas tank.
Oh Lord Jesus. Thoros will never be the same.
Look at that.
Oh my god. We
Tight, like a tiger.
Oh no. Are we gonna do another one? No, we're not doing another one, are we?
Kids are dumb. Ellen.
That one too?
Oh yeah, she did kind of look like Ellen. Fired. I was traumatized.
Oh god.
Why did you do
There
that?
isn't any on the other
Are they
side,
at a
are
gas
there?
station?
There's something missing there. Oh god, this side too.
You have a Discord invite code and we'll go on. No, here. I got you, brother. I got invite codes and freaking big old. Shut up, Richard. Richard doesn't believe in trauma. He's like Chuck Norris. Yeah, I don't get very traumatized. Create an invite link. There you go. I'll post it in the chat. There you go. Well, that get you. There's the code on the end. MH5. You should be able to just click on that sum gum. Here to help, brother. Here to help. Oh, was he swimming in a pothole? Oh, no, I thought it was a child. See if you can find the off switch. You're going under. Hold your breath. Oh, dude, it is cold out. She probably went. Oh no. Her food's in there. She put it on the wrong
Sometimes it's
one.
worth spending a minute checking things instead of an hour redoing them.
That's freaking awesome. So she put the template up. And she ran the drill through, and she put it on the wrong doors.
Sometimes it's worth spending a minute checking things instead of an hour redoing them.
Look at that. This is freaking brilliant. He used a Colgate tube with holes poked in it as a shower head. Richard's tears cure cancer. Oh, too bad he never cries. Dude, I haven't gotten in waders in years. Yeah, do not pee in there. Yeah, listen, not a good idea. Not a good idea. That's freaking brilliant, dude. That's smart. Oh no, not a good idea. It's gonna swing down. Dude, that's definitely, that's something broken right there. Let me increase a late this here. We're going to do that one more time. We're going to do that one more time. What are you doing? Oh, they put tile on tile. Pressure for that, right? Hey, you can make your own water pressure. It looks like a protractor.
Alfredo that I made. And I try not even to say what is.
Now we understand why cooking is considered an art that demands patience.
That's crazy. That's why women live longer than men. Ain't that the truth, dude? Ain't that the truth? That's crazy. She made putty.
If you rush...
The fish was still alive. Did you see that? She had sliced through it. She never killed the fish. So she took the fish straight out of the water. I guess put it on ice, which slowed the fish down enough. Then she just cut scores in it. She should have gutted it to kill it, and she didn't kill it. That was a comedy fence fall. It looked like it. Never stand directly under the tree, off to the side. Don't use a freaking ladder. Happens if you thicken store-bought sauce powder with more card sorts. Hey, you know about that? Look at this.
An art that demands patience.
This here, look. Yeah, she's never gonna.
If you rush it, be ready to do it all over again.
See that forever. Oh, he got sprayed in the face. That's black. You think that's black water? You think that's poo water, or you think that Chinese dish cooks live fish and serves it live? Yes, they absolutely do. But they meant it to be alive. They meant it to be alive. Look at this. Looks like black water coming out of here. Right in the face. Right in the mouth. Why is it under so much pressure? That's gotta be. I wonder if that's poo water on outside. You gotta be kidding me. She's gonna cut her bangs with her eyebrows up. Never did it before. Never did it before. Just go a little slower. What an idiot. I don't. Oh my God. Why did I do that? And she's not realizing that this is her ponytail. She's cutting the wrong area of her hair. She's cutting the wrong area of her hair. It's going to be like... could be rust. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. The fool. That's indeed poo water. What's going on, my friend? Welcome, Martin. Yeah, I think it was poo water. The difference between meat and fish. If you beat your fish, it will die. Dun, 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 dun. This is a bad idea right here. It's going to be all diagonal.
Oh, God.
And just like that, her hair is gone, along with her self-esteem for the next month.
The month? Oh, no. Oh, kimchi. Kimchi. She doesn't realize it's under pressure. So when you make kimchi, anything fermented, you got to make sure it can off-gas. She didn't. But at least she's lucky it didn't blow up while it was being stored. Why wouldn't you cover it with a rag? Why would you not cover it with a rag? Don't do it. You must need some expansion. That's freaking awesome. It goes into the toilet. Girls are nuts, dude. Is that hair extensions? White people only know how to make pickles. Well, she was wearing a California Actors College t-shirt. Well, there you go. Imagine kimchi popped open into your eyes. Yeah, Arjun, that would be freaking burnt. That would be like being pepper sprayed. I thought we were doing under eight. Stream tonight at 8. Redo it all. Redo it all. She left.
Proven by Drew.
So she probably used wax paper, I'm guessing, instead of silicone paper. Yeah, I understand. Underrate. Yeah, I've had 4 Loco squirt in my eyes and I dropped it one time. I don't remember about it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, because I forgot this idiot.
Kill that guy. Let's go down his throat. You would absolutely kill the fish. Want to play underrate? Is that even the right overrate? Probably not. Oh, you dropped the paint bucket. she dropped the cake. Don't do it. They're getting high off a freaking ready whip. He's trying to get more out of it. Let me get some chicken milk real quick. Oh, that's a bruise.
Give it large, go on your shoulder.
Put it on your head.
Up on your shoulder.
On your shoulder.
Well, get it. Well.
They're... What a shitty job. Went for dentistry and ended up as a coroner. Dude, could you imagine? It's just like forcing all that gunk and then trying to give somebody CPR and push. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Damn it. Let it cool. People are so anti-cooking.
It's time for an experiment.
Oh no, here it goes. Overflow into the heat. Don't put your face over it. Yeah, stir it up. Yeah, maybe that'll make it better. Oh, he turned the flame off. He was smart. I thought the flame was gonna stay on. Yeah, that only works in a small pot.
The only thing worse than an inexperienced
Great Pyramid
hairdresser
of
is
Giza.
an inexperienced dentist.
I miss Bob Saget. Me too. Do you know the male emperor penguins produce milk for their young? I didn't know that. I didn't work with emperor penguins. I worked with African penguins. There's the booty. Oh, a lathe, wood lathe. Hey, lady. Her and her husband trying to get a freaking... milk after what? Jesus Christ, Larry. Penguins are fast. Penguins too. Oh, dude, you destroy that meat. Look at that. Freaking charcoal. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why would you do that? There's dinner. Oh, her hair's in the mixer. There's no reverse either. I agree. Penguin called Skipper. Don't trust the Danes. It's more than Ben and Jerry's. Let me check one more thing. I said I would look for something after this. I forgot what it was. Let me see if it's in my back. Playlists. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Hello, everyone. You got it? Dude, I love this stuff so much. You're patenting it now? My brain. So many varieties of milk to choose from. Hippo, giraffe, freaking Arsians. He's got some. Drinking cow milk is normalized, and why can't we drink the milk of other animals? Like dogs have 8 nipples, 4 times the milk. Oh, dude, can you imagine giraffe milk? Pop the beaters out. Yeah, that was Oh, for hair. Yeah, right. Absolutely. That was a kitchen aid. So you have to push up and unlock, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? It doesn't have just a... dude, I don't know why I'm so addicted to this stuff lately. I love it. I get such a kick out of this stuff. We'll do it tomorrow. This is a Minecraft channel about why do people come in. I usually do Minecraft 8 to 10. So throughout the day, I do a bunch of different stuff. But because we have a lot of people that play Minecraft, we have a Minecraft server. So usually I do it for an hour or two, 8 o'clock. But This ended up going long. But yeah, I've got a Minecraft server. It's through the you'll see it in the Discord. But he plays Minecraft sometimes, and she's a server princess. I like 3 cheese pizza, except it's 100 cheese from 100 mammals. That's 100 cheese pizza. Yeah, I got busy. There 7 days. I'm out. Do you recall? Yes, Ralph Waldo Emerson. Absolutely, I recall. Minecraft, Dad. You don't like 7 days? You like 7 days? I mean, we can Syrian. We can do we can do another game. We've been doing Minecraft. We had the Minecraft server since beginning of January. We can do something. We can do another game. Oh man, did he just kick his own window out? I have to go. My horses are out. Go get your horses. I'm the princess around here. Why limit yourself to mammal milk? I bet lizard milk and bird milk is fire. You know what better is bull milk. Bull milk. Oh man. Okay, here, let's do that again. Look at that. He's playing with the cat. He's playing with the cat. I can't read the newspapers if they have ugly print. Listen to my people. Oh! He just snapped his freaking hover. Is that his motor going up now? Gonna jump on the gas. Oh! He had a nice motorcycle and a nice truck.
Damn it.
Good kitty.
Ai, ai, ó.
My
O
favorite.
essencial do João Ricardo. PlayStation.
Me again, right? He's back for more. He's been knocked down like
I think
4
we've seen
times.
this. You know watched this yesterday?
N'arrête pas, non?
Shipping? We saw this yesterday. Oh, no, we didn't.
Having a bad day at work? Take a look at what happened to this car wash employee.
Yeah, you're fired. You didn't even back it up first. You should not look up HAB Lane accent comments. All right, we can look it up. All right. I'll do it now. Adam used to have when I said earlier. I don't get mad.
You have reached your destination. The destination is on your right.
Hold on. What happened?
You have reached your destination. The destination is on your right.
I don't have a bodyguard. Nope, not today.
Ready?
Yep. No.
Fuck it! Oh no! You broke his window.
What are you doing? Oh, she's burning her leg on that freaking engine. Nice pants though. Come on, ladies, get it done. Oh, okay, we did see this yesterday. Okay, what was I looking up? HOV lane compilations. HOV lane compilations. Hold on, what am I looking up? That was a joke. The HOV lanes near you, but those are just high occupancy vehicles. What color were the bike? Skin. I'm not good with the tech. I tried to open Discord, but I kept messing up. Sorry. Yeah. So if you need to, Mark, do it here. If you send a friend, if you're in Discord, send a friend request to I fail first. I fail first. Send me a friend request real quick. All right. Well, there you go. It's on there twice. But yeah, no spaces. Just I fail first. Send a friend request, and I'll send you an invite. Ass colored, exactly. Excellent. Towards the rainbow. Towards the rainbow. Say colors and eventually get it. Yeah, all the colors. You can't. You should be able to. Here, look. I'm going to show you what it looks like on the screen. Okay. Go. You don't have to get to my server. I'll show you. I'm a professional. All right. So in Discord here. All right. Go to the very top. Where you see that little, right here where it says direct messages is the very top left. Click on that. And then you'll see friends. Click on friends. And it'll say you have no friends. Click on add friend. And this will be on what's it called also. Once you click add friend, you can then type, it'll say search for a friend, and you can type in what's your name. Post your name, and I'll friend you. Whatever you made your Discord name to be. Mark, brother. But if you do what I just said, and you go to the top left button, the little logo, click on that, click on friends, then click add friends. That's your Discord name like that? No spaces? Okay, I think I just sent you a friend request for somebody named Mark Whelan. So you should have just got a friend request. We'll see. That's your Discord username? Richard is a group hallucinate. What? Is Richard a group is hallucination? Is what? Oh my God, Richard. Yes, I'm a group hallucination. All my friends are make-believe. Extreme. Yeah, we can do that. Dude, what we've been watching the past couple days is like the world's, like like Africa's craziest amateur car builders and stuff like that. And those guys can make some crazy stuff. Struggles to read. I'm working on it. Struggles to read. Somehow needs to show and text to speech. I do text to speech. My dog is giving me the bombastic side eye. All right, let's go back to this. I think it's a problem. Okay. Hey, that's me. Your dog is on. Just type like this. Okay, let's see. Did you finish your... Yeah, I finished my garden, my brother. How you doing, FX? My dog won't leave my side. His eye crutch. It's easier to read Richards. Shut up. Jeez. You create more videos where they show both sides of the fight so they have GoPros. Now, dude, that stuff makes me so stressed out. I hate seeing those people die. You need hearing aids for reading? That's what it's called. Yeah, I hate when I like the drone video footage dropping grenades like behind people. That stuff's so, man. The problem I have is I set up the Discord on my old mobile, so it keeps telling me the number is not available on this account. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So you don't, yeah. So set up a Discord account, set up a new one or whatever. You can set up a new one. Just sign, if you're in it, sign out of your old one. You know that already. I need a seeing eye dog. Hurtful just telling. Okay, sorry, let me get back on here. Hey, what up, Chihuahua? Welcome back, girl. It's gonna cost him. All right, let's go back to this. Chicken milk, you freaking wackadoos. All right, let's find this. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to it. Dumb question. Let's see. Oh. Okay, so we'll watch some more of this stuff. And that's another Lamborghini underwater.
$4.5 million. Not bad for a submarine.
Not bad for a submarine. You can sign up without a number if you want. He said he's on mobile, but right, yeah, good idea. And then I was telling that Royal Decree. Doing good! That's easier for me. I love conspiracy theories. I love them. I absolutely love them. What about this? I'm good. I'm good at reading. I'm just not good at speaking when I read. Funniest fails, expensive fails. Your parents are going to be pissed. Mom, I was trying to go viral. Dude, I got a lot. All of them. I love the global warming, climate change, end of world theory. I love the theory of evolution theory. I love the freaking scientific wackadoo theory. I love the freaking turning gaze theory. I love hearing how flat earthers talk about the earth theory. I love the theories. I don't think they're true. I just think it's so crazy how people can get their minds so twisted from just propaganda and what's called weak evidence. It's absolutely it's fascinating. It's more how people react to it than what I believe in. Theory of relativity isn't one of them. How you guys doing? You'll be back in another month. That's all right. Been taking care of yourself. It's all right. Get take care of it. It's been Ramadan. Not too bad at all. Do you think Michelle Obama is trans? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. But I love it. I love the pictures of her. It looks like she's got a dong. I love how people react to it. Matrix theory is awesome. I love that too. I love all of them. I love the crop circle theories. I love all that stuff. Igpe Attenley. Hey, I know Pig Latin. I one Igpe Attenley, Etterbe, and then most they. Better than most. There's another world in our world. So listen, I think we're gonna find very interesting stuff that lives in the under the ice. And I think we're gonna find other things deep in the water. Like just how we have people that live in other countries that live in the rocks. Like I think we're gonna find. I don't think we're gonna find people we can talk to. Oh, that's BS. Early Bay, Igpay, Atlank, IANK. I can't read Pig Latin. Oh, no, I think there's another lit world living on the earth. There's only living planet in this time zone. It's hard to read Pig Latin.
No, it's not good. No, I'm not.
Yet another reason to hate renovations.
Oh no. He had a freaking paint sprayer in the back of his car and he sprayed the inside of probably his mom or dad's car. Igpay Attenley isn't a Old Bay, Olze, it's a. What do you think about the theory of nothing matters? We're just sentient kill. I definitely disagree with that, but I love how people react to it. Yeah, listen, like the problem is old science says one thing, new science says another, and the farther you get like away from educated, like what you learn in school, when you learn past curriculums, like when you try to learn as much as you can about not elements of study, I can't think of the term. But yeah, no, it took me past atheism into being a creationist. Well, now you checked out all you guys ahead. All right, Chi. Hey, gay. Have a go with Chi. See you next month. Do you think the world is full of sheep and not enough shepherds? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Chihuahua. Yeah, I think there's definitely way too many sheep. No way. This is crazy. I believe we're either created, like we're either a simulation or something super intelligent created us. Absolutely. Simulation, matrix theory, God, we're created. Back when I was young, the religious folk used to use what's called God in the gaps. We would say, well, how did we get here? Well, what happened between this and this? Well, God made it happen. And people would say that. And I used to say, you're using God in the gaps. But then you look at what the atheists say, and they use time in the gaps. They say just give it enough time, and now they use money in the gaps. They say if you give me enough time and enough money, I'll prove that we're not created. But then we get closer. We learn the cell is even more complex. DNA is even more complex, and now there's these DNA makes it think. It gets. We'll talk about it when we talk about it. We talk about it all the time, so I know I'm pissing people off here, but we'll continue this tomorrow. Tomorrow's politics stream. So tomorrow will be politics and then Minecraft, and then Friday we can do creation theories. All right. Okay. Oh, there goes that.
No, it's not good.
No, he's trying to tell himself, no, it's okay. I don't believe we are in a simulation. Me neither. Listen. We're definitely created 100%. It's not a simulation. It's too easy. But I love the theories. Then scientists think it was a matter that created us. Right. And then, but who created matter and what created matter? And then now they're like just within the past couple weeks, they're proving that a lot of the constants that atheists were using are wrong because there's not enough lithium. If you look up the lithium problem, it's that and it gets way worse than that. Just like now they're saying that light speed may change. The speed of light may change in different parts of the universe. So if that's not a constant across the universe, then we don't actually know how old anything distant is. Like, so the speed of light can be 300,000 meters per second, but then it can go through water and slow down to 307 million meters per second, and then come out of water and speed back up to 300,000. Then they have dark matter, and if light passes through dark matter, it could either speed light up or slow light down, which means we don't actually know how far things are because we're not there. They're all guesses. That's an interesting thought. I always thought it was just like random amino acids and shit. But start to look into the amino acids. How do we get to amino acids? Amino acids are made from proteins. Proteins are told to fold in a certain way using the code in DNA and RNA. Without that, to tell the protein how and when to fold, it doesn't become an amino acid. And then, like, chemicals can be right-handed or left-handed. When you just dump chemicals into a dish to make molecules, they're right-handed and left-handed. Life only uses left-handed. And there's no way without somebody helping can you separate them out of your petri dish, your chemical vessel, your reaction vessel. And it just gets more and more complicated. But yeah, creation is another way for mental retard. There you go. Richard is skimming over our crap. I'm trying to keep it going. People want to think simulations make themselves feel better about their shortcomings. I think that happens too. Our time is way too slow. Amino acids are not made from proteins. It's the other way. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies, Nate Dogg. But you still need DNA in order to make to make either way, and either way doesn't matter. If I was truly slow as a snail, then other times it's complain. Chess times like chess moves. I always think that Futurama episode when they go to creation of life and it's just a pool of acid goo. Right. So there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on with abiogenesis where they what was that? What was the puddle, the electrocuted puddle back in 1950s? I can't remember what it was called. The furries, amino acids are made from B12. Oh shit, I have my seaweed. Wouldn't be here without the beer. What's going on? Freak out. All right, let's see what's happening here.
Yet another reason to hate renovations.
Undergo microscope and sperm and eggs. Yeah, it's called the zinc. It's called a zinc spark. Zinc ions are released in the transfer when the egg and the sperm meet. It's very interesting. No furries, please.
I'm not joking.
Furries are made from the same acid deal.
No.
Ooh!
Saw that one.
Saw that.
That thing's, oh, it's gonna, oh my god.
Yeah, that's gonna cost you. My girlfriend.
Oh my god, are you kidding? Oh wow.
It sounds like it sounds like the oops, she's pissed. That's expensive. Ooh! Keep trying, Nate Dogg, brother. What's your reason? You got is it lightning sparks? Two fields rubbed together and made it happen. Richard now has to turn to a romance channel. Yeah. Ooh. It looks like you're being rude. I do admit chat energy. You haven't gotten far enough along in the educational pathway to learn past what you've learned in school. Oof. Ooh. Ooh. That had to hurt. Oh, there you go. Polarizing filter coming off. Now me in the tractor today. Some people don't have any respect. They think they know so much. They did so well in high school and talked to a few people in college, and they're like, no, not religion, not even once, but learn nothing about religion. I'm too smart for religion. I learned in 13 years old when I was in 5th grade that religion bad. I exclude pessimism and blight. Losing my religion. Oh, there you go. Thanks for giving us Interstellar. Ooh! Tied it to the plastic bumper. Interstellar sucked. Not accurate in my mind. It's a movie, damn it.
A guaranteed way to turn a small repair into a massive bill.
Just keep on going. I'm not religious, but I think it's something else. Yeah, they're absolute. Listen, There absolutely is. And the thing is, I spent 45 years thinking the other way. But the problem is, most people only learn up to what their curriculums teach them. And then they take the advice from the people that they learn those curriculums from. But they don't ever go farther and say, let's see how these curriculums were created. Who put these curriculums together? And what theories and what axioms did they have to choose to make these curriculums happen? You're a creationist and you think you have the right to talk about. Hey, brother, but you got good proof for the other? You got good proof for the other? Of course you don't. And you know, if you don't know yet, you will know that you cannot prove it. You have a theory which has zero good evidence. It's got very, very small evidences, which are, we're not going to get into it. You don't know yet enough about what you're talking about to talk. Richard, we should look into the equipment that's needed for storm chasing. Okay. It's misleading at its finest. Yes, I do. I have a whole lot. Unfortunately, I'm not going to change what everybody was watching and getting into for you. I've got plenty. You've got a whole catalog of mine you can go through if you want to look into it. You should look into it, my friend. The Interstellar is great music and light. The difference between you and I is I can say I don't know. No, you can't. You already said you do know. You already said you do know. You said religion not even once. You already said you do know. You didn't say maybe there's not enough evidence or I haven't seen enough evidence. You didn't say any of that. You're the fool. You're the foolish one. I was going to the same thing. Interstellar music is awesome. I don't remember the soundtrack, but I believe you can catch it. Love me a good soundtrack. Why? Why would you say that? There's plenty of history to prove religion. There's plenty of history. There's not plenty of history to prove science that's very new, that constantly changes on creation. It results back to history. It's not true. Yeah, fine, brother. Do you think outside? No, all right. Have a good one, my friend Nate Dog. Have a good night.
Yeah, look at this. It's an iPhone 10 next to it.
This is a cat.
And it's broken now.
She needed to get in there. Some people just want to hurt people. Like you wanted to make sure that he hurt somebody today.
Everything has a price, even being distracted.
Ik kreeg het de hoed niet kapot.
Is the front window open? Hold on 1 second.
Ik kreeg niets kapot. Ja.
I have a window breaking. Yeah. You could use a center punch. Yeah, that's some good. Yes, I agree. Sorry, you just unlocked the memory of someone refusing to call me by my name. Call me Felicia when I was in middle school. Yes, bye Felicia is a meme, Katra. Bye Felicia is a meme. Probably before you were born. A lot of people don't have an open mind. The thing is, they don't. Right. The problem is the people that are teaching you the math and science and whatnot that they're teaching you in school don't know as much about what they're teaching. They know what's in their teachers' manuals. They're not good. They're not well-educated people. They know the curriculum that they're teaching, and that's it. They don't know outside of the curriculum for the same. So they tell people, and then we believe them, like, oh, looking up to these people as guides. And they say, oh, of course not. Of course, here's the reason. The Big Bang made us. But Big Bang is just a theory of many, and people like him think it's true because it was taught to him like it was true. I'd buy one of those again. I would think it was middle school. Straight out of Compton. What do you mean, Felicia? If you can answer my question, I'm curious. What do you think? What do you think the outside? What's outside of the universe? Listen, and this is. I've got no clue. I've got zero clue, and I've got no clue. There's if you get really curious and you look into how rare it is that our planet and star system is located where it's located, a spot of the universe was just deleted. It's called the Goldilocks zone. There's no action in that would there's a bubble that keeps us protected from all the hell that the rest of the universe it can rain upon us. The fact that we can cool to the temperature that we can cool to, all this stuff is so rare that it's very odd. And like I was trying to tell Nate earlier, a bunch of stuff had come out talking about how different areas of the universe, there's now questions if the speed of light may change, if the physical constants may change at different parts of the universe, and they just happen to be how they are in our local area of the universe. So we got no clue. It would all just be storytelling. He wasn't saying bye Felicia though. I thought the name exactly. I think it was Felicia. I don't know, man. It's not worth it. I asked what you think. I asked what you think. Yeah. Outside the universe. University could be the other side of the black holes. What's good, my nerds? I was just wondering if you had any personal theory. I got no clue. I got zero clue. I mean, I probably haven't even put a lot of thought into it. Outside the universe is a universe inside itself. It's the opposite. It's like the we're so close to figuring it out. All right, it's a couple more years, a couple more $1,000, $1 million. Things are in place for a reason. I agree 100%. I think the video of a guy had NDE, said he raised him. Listen, that happens a lot of near-death experiences. If you look into the meta studies on them that have combined like 12,000 of them, it's crazy. Richard's skipping over me. Yeah, because you say wackadoodle shit. I am a sci-fi fan, Mel. It's on the other side universe. It takes 5 hours to get there. Right, so listen, you have to choose your battles in life, right? You have to choose. You've got so much brain power, so much. Why worry about stuff? Like, if we can't get there and we can't measure it, people can just lie to you over and over again and tell you this happened 74 billion years ago. How do you know that? From the light. Oh, but now the light doesn't stay at the speed that they said it stayed at, that we all learned about. We all learned 299 million meters per second. But that's actually different in different areas of space. So then you don't know how far these things are. You don't know the expansion of the universe. You don't know what's going on with the particle. But you knew what you knew from a small area, and you created a product to sell us, a data set to sell us, and then update it, keep updating it, and say, oh, we got more data. Well, you taught it like it was true. How long do they think that could go on? I do like Star Trek. I like the old Star Trek stuff, like the original Star Trek, and like Deep Space Nine, and the Next Generation. Don't forget your shark spray. Do you think dinosaurs were here? So listen, there's an interesting stuff about dinosaurs. The reason that they said dinosaurs were as old as they are, 25 million plus years, is because there's no meat found on the bones, because the meat can't last that long. But in 2004, we discovered meat on a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and we found a bunch more since then. And so, like, that all went to shit too. So the theory that that those are as old as they are because there's no meat left over, it now came to be wrong. So, and that was just 2004. But of course, they didn't update everything. But you can look, it's just as easy as this. 2004 Tyrannosaurus Rex found with soft tissue. In 2004, paleontologist Mary Schweitzer discovered flexible soft tissue, blood vessels, collagen, and cell-like structures inside a 68 million years old. But they don't know if it's 68 million years old, because now they could test that soft tissue and age that, but you can only do carbon testing to 80,000 years. 60 to 80,000 years is the window of when carbon-14 falls off. Anything past that is used, the rocks around it are used. The problem is we don't know positively how to age the rocks. The 1980s Mount St. Helens volcano, when the theory behind how to age rocks is when rocks are molten and they cool, it starts a timer of elements that are how two elements are the ratio of them. So if you get, but the problem is we're testing that brand new lava from 1980 and it's saying that it's 250,000 years old and it's only 40 years old. So that's wrong too. So if they find rock next to a dinosaur bone, they test the rock and they say 24 million years. They say the bone's 24 million years old. Now they find soft tissue. So what's wrong? So if they consider people, or let's just say elephants in the future, in 10,000 years, they consider elephants dinosaurs. If an elephant would have been covered by the Mount St. Helens disaster, volcano, then when they dig that guy up and they'll say, oh, look at this, 25 million years old, but it's not. It would only be 10,000 years old. So we got no clue. And all this is storytelling. That's how simple our minds are. As a kid, someone tries to explain the vast universe to me. Mine could only envision the universe as stars shining through a blanket, right? All right, let's see. Scientists are then done the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? This is like, and now, so it used to be bad because it used to be people that could afford it could go to college, but now anybody can go to college. And people with degrees, they speak like they know everything, and they're dumber than dog shit, and they tell people what's what with the world. You know, and they're just wrong, but they talk with the confidence because they've got a degree. That's absolutely great suggestion. Dean M. Cole, Dimension Space, good stuff. Would interest you. All right, let me copy that now. Dean M. Cole. All right, we're looking into it. They aren't bones; they're fossils. A huge difference, right? But look at this. How quickly can we make a fossil? "24 hours to a few days." I don't want to hear the bullshit. We can make fossils in a day. If you have an acidic environment, you can remineralize a bone to its surrounding structure, to its surrounding compounds in a few days to a few weeks, not 24 to 50 to 300 million years. So this is a problem. They didn't teach you this, Katra, right? They didn't teach you that, hey, we can find out that you can make bones in 410 degrees in 24 hours or make fossils. So this isn't even put into it. They said the fossil's a fossil because of no. So when people actually tried to make them, they're like, oh, we can do this really quick. So we had no idea because we don't know the temperature the Earth was back then. And we have no idea. And we know we go through cycles. We know we have ice ages and stuff like that. So we might also have hot ages where it gets very hot, or it could be near volcanoes and get to 410 degrees. Yeah, we got no idea. It's all storytelling. I like Jen, Next Generation. Yeah, Deep Space Nine. Yeah. So it's too old for me too. I started on Next Generation. The Dunning-Kruger effect is an effect that people that know a little bit about something think they know all about it. So if you go to college for how to paint your toenails, you learn how to paint your toenails. But the people that then come out with those degrees say, I know why toenails grow. I know the best nutrition for them, because people talked about it around them and they think they know everything about the toenail. It's here. We'll look it up so you can get a definition. The Dunning-Kruger effect. And you can see it in that guy that just showed up. Okay, it's a cognitive bias where individuals with limited knowledge or competence in a specific domain overestimate their own skills. The meat could be fake too, but you know, right? Dunning-Kruger. I think asteroid may have helped that. Sure. But that's how hot that would have been. If an asteroid hit us, it might have heated up to 410 degrees. That means it would happen in a day. Or it could have heated us up to 200 degrees. That might have taken a week. We got no clue. Listen, we found trees that stand up. They got what would take 100,000 years for the standing tree to have layers and layers and layers of sediment. So you have different people. The geologists say, no, that's 1 million years of sediment. But a tree wouldn't be standing for 1 million years. And look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, hold on. Standing tree fossils. Look at this. So you look at all the layers, all the layers in there, right? Each layer, they would have counted each layer as a couple hundred years or whatever. But the tree wouldn't have been standing. It would have rotten. It would have rotted away. It wouldn't have stayed there. The roots would have rotted. It would have blown over. Animals would have pecked into it and eaten it and whatnot. So it definitely happened much quicker than a million years, you know? And this is the problem. The issue, the tissue, I not that I saw. They probably didn't even do it because they were afraid of the answer. Here's how simple. Yeah. Comprehension is it's absolutely a scam. They create a product to sell. Knowledge should be free. Absolutely. There's no way to envision the size of star scale. There's time I looked up and got vertigo. I feel like they'd fall off the earth. Terrifying how alone we are. Basic thinking skills, emotional intelligence, and ounce of patience. The problem with emotional intelligence is most people are told they have it when they don't. And people that are overly emotional and said, you should be freaking out right now. And you're not, they think you don't have emotional intelligence. It gets weird. Patience is a big one. The ability to allow people to be who they want to be. Right, yeah. What up? Some new non-Jewish guy. Welcome back, brother. Well, fossils and bones, I'm just saying, if they're claimed to be bones are definitely fake. If they're fossils, it's more iffy. Right, but that's just one thing to let you know that bones can fossilize very quickly. Very quickly. If we can do it in a lab in 24 hours, then it can be done in nature a lot faster. And look, there's something called the Cambrian explosion. We have one layer where all the fossils from prehistoric era shows up, all in one layer. We don't find any fossils before that and very few after that are prehistoric. So what was that? What caused all that? And look into the Cambrian explosion. We can do it tomorrow, maybe. Side note, company behind school books in America are Jeffrey Epstein's father-in-law. Right. They got a lot of Dunning-Krugers. Now I know about the Dunning-Kruger. Oh, you know about it. Better than a natural nuclear reactor, so nature is pretty... Right. And so think, and we don't know, because a lot of nuclear... nuclear... I can't think of the term I want to use. Nuclear elements... like they decay. So if a freaking Tyrannosaurus Rex was walking and got killed by another Tyrannosaurus Rex, look, and we found Tyrannosaurus Rexes and other dinosaurs in their bellies. So like if it took 24 million years, like what you would think it would have, one of them would have degraded and dissolved and would have been, while it was laying there for 100 years getting slowly eaten. It just doesn't make sense. Totally agree. You should carbon date it, bruh. Carbon dating once. We broke up, scared to get carbon dated. Fossils don't assassinate marine. Oh, right. It's all shit. I trade in the stock market. They never taught that in school. We barely got shipped to schools and work. Right. It's all crap. Right. We're told to be good employees. We're taught to be good employees. I don't think Bart the Dinosaur comes from the planet Venus. I don't think that song goes. Look up Devil's Tower if you really believe. They say it's formed. The Devil's Tower. Yeah, that shit's awesome too. Yeah, they got no idea. Everything's going to be a theory. What up, Toyota? The Dinosaur. That was a great show. We need to keep on going this too, especially because it's so unique. I really like the Native American stories about it, but of course it's not a place to tell them. No, yeah, go take a look at it. Yeah, and it looked. What does it look like? It looks like a big ass tree. But here, check this out. Like, do you know how we're told it takes like hundreds of years for trees to turn into not fossilized. What are they called? Somebody help me out here. What's it called? A tree when it turns into rock and minerals, it turns into petrified tree with titanium valve inside. Petrified. All right, look at this. Look at this tree. Oh, what were they doing 30 million years ago in Arizona with a freaking threaded freaking titanium pipe. They didn't even have metallized titanium back then. And that was found in the middle of a tree. How did a tree grow around a pipe and then become fossilized over hundreds of thousands or millions of years? It didn't. But it says a Bear Lodge. Earth is Avatar, petrified. There's a funny channel called Mud Fossil University that claims it's a tree. Hold up, let me see something on Discord. Hiked around, saw a tree stump, took a picture. It looked like an identical mini version of Devil's Tower. Petrified, that was me. The Moses Rock is cool looking too. Hey, what up, farm brother? Spark plug looking thingy. Should look it up. It's cool. What I miss? I want to drop in one from the Devil Tower. You want to drop in on it? Oh, drop in on it. So the thing is, we hear about all the evidence for people's theories, but not all the evidence against it. And there's just as much. But if you're friends with somebody in Congress and their wife's boyfriend is the guy that decides what your state's elementary school and junior high and high school, what books they learn from, they can whack this stuff all around. So it's all payday shit. We've all been learning a bunch of shit. But most people have such a bad time in school that they think they're done learning when they get out. And then they get old and they still think everything that they learned. And then they say things like, oh, like Jesus and Santa Claus. But we've got evidence for Jesus. A lot of it. A whole shitload of evidence that Jesus lived and did and walked around and was crucified. This is, well, we know that frickin' Santa Claus was fake, but it's people don't learn enough. Somebody said that to them, so they repeat it on the internet to sound smart. 50-50 at the top, grinding. Rock fakey. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all a bunch of crap. Everything's crap. And I know I got to deal with all the wackadoos, and I'll deal with it. That's fine with me. Let's see if I can find something real cool here. I want to show you something. Interesting about math. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so here's another, and I think I've showed this before, but here's another guy. He was atheist guy turned believer because of science. You know, and it's like when you first realize that you've been lied to and you're being lied to, it all. We'll take a look in a second, Space Cow. Rock and Moses dropped in round downs. Go cry about your ex, bro. Did a DM the picture of the tree stump, put it next to Devil's Tower. All right. Oh, damn, I didn't realize this is running. It's so hot in here. All right, we'll watch this real quick. Okay, full view. Okay, it's ex-skeptic. Had a master's degree in mathematics and is an educator.
I was new to atheism, and I needed to test out my own beliefs. I am a math guy. I'm a little bit of an analytical thinker, and I wanted to explore whether I really had this atheism, and I wanted to make sure it was good. So at the time, there was a thing called Skypecast. You could open up a room and you could title it, and you could bring people into it and discuss things. And if I recall, I titled it "How Do You Know?" And I maintained at that point in my life like an extreme skepticism. So anybody who came into the room with any belief, even if it was atheism, I'd say, well, how do you know that? If it was a Christian, how do you know that? Hindu, how do you know that? Spiritual people, how do you know that? I was very antagonistic towards anyone's belief in the sense of
he was here earlier
questioning, how do you know? Because I actually wanted to know if anyone could know anything, because I certainly didn't know anything. And as I listened to people's responses, in my opinion, I felt they couldn't justify anything, really. And I started to settle into this place where I realized, oh, nobody knows anything. Everyone's just guessing. We're all just in the place of making best guesses. And I was kind of getting comfortable with that. I called friends to meetings at my house, and we discussed the most convincing arguments for God. And I asked them to discuss it, and I discussed these, and I listened, and I found it everyone was ultimately just making statements in the end. There was nothing grounded. Somebody speak. And through all these different pursuits, I concluded that nobody could really know anything. Ask you, how do you know that? Whatever line would come out of your mouth, I would say, well, how do you know that? And I discovered that nobody was able to get very deep. It's like the child that says, why? 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 I discovered that if I just ask people, how do you know that? A few questions in, most people would reach the ground, so to say, and there'd be nothing under it. And that's where I was at. And I got comfortable with that. That was a couple of years in, and by the fourth year of this, I had come to accept that was reality. So what changed me was around that fourth year, I decided to go back to school. I had a degree in math already, but I was going to get a master's in mathematics. There's a class called Math 581, Studies in Geometry. And in that class, in the first chapter, because they're going to discuss the foundations of geometry in the class, they laid out how proof works. Now, this is a 500 level class. This is, the fifth year of math. And I had gone through 4 years of math education without encountering what I'm about to share with you.
Right. So check this out. So he already went through a 4-year degree in math and everything else required to get a degree. So 4 years of college, and he's never learned how textbooks are written until the 5th year. When you're a master, then you can start making books and tech for people under you to learn from. But hold on.
In this high-level math class, this book said something very simple, but I think profound. And I know when I talk about math, people's brains turn off. So if anyone's listening to this, I already know from experience as a math teacher, I said the word math, brains shut down sometimes. So just anyone who hears this, just listen to this, because it's not complicated. It's pretty simple and cool. So in this book, it said, for a valid proof to exist, every statement that is made has to have a supporting reason.
Right.
I'll just pause there. That seems pretty reasonable, right? Statement, reason. If you've seen a 2-column proof in math, that's the idea. Statement, reason. So the book said, well, the minute you give a reason, that's a statement.
Here you go.
And it requires a reason.
Right.
And so it said, if you provide a statement and you give a reason, that's actually statement 2.
Then you got to give a reason.
Statement 2 needs a reason, which is statement 3. And statement 3 would need a reason, which is statement 4, and it's an infinite regress problem. And the book laid out in this little paragraph, it's not possible to prove anything.
Anything, nothing.
Because if every statement requires a reason, you have an infinite regress problem.
Anything anyone says is the reason for something is a statement. Then that statement needs a reason that that's true. Then that's forever. So when you write textbooks, you have what's called an axiom, so that you don't just say why, because you just do that forever. So the way you write textbooks, you say, this is the point we're going to say is the actual, well, I'll just finish here.
No proof is possible. So for every valid proof in mathematics, you must have some axiom or axioms, and you have to accept logic exists, which I hadn't even really thought about. I'm like, okay, I got to accept logic exists. I didn't even think about that. So you got to accept logic exists, and you have to have some axioms. What's an axiom? If you go to my textbook in my school at the time, it said an axiom is a statement accepted without proof. I'll never forget that definition.
An axiom is a statement accepted without proof. Scientific consensus is an axiom. The Big Bang created the universe. Matter rubbed against matter and created the universe. You can't say how, because that's not the axiom. The axiom is, the theory is, this is where it started. You can't say, and they can never prove it. But anybody that's had 4 years of college never hears anything about this, unless you go for a 5th year of college and you start to understand how the textbooks are written and why. So you can write textbooks for younger kids or people in younger grades. So you have to say, this is something that you're going to believe without proof. God doesn't exist. That's your axiom. You believe it without proof. How? But there's evidence for. Doesn't matter. I don't want to keep thinking about it, so I stop here.
An axiom is a statement accepted without proof.
They're made out of science.
So to get the reasoning going, we have to start with what are called axioms. And axioms, by their nature, are things they're base assumptions that we just make.
Right.
At some level, we accept them, and then we can reason forward from them. But without them, we can't reason. To reason, you have to have assumptions. And it occurred to me that the reason no one could ever prove anything is because I didn't understand that. I would keep saying, how do you know that? When the reality is, at some level, you have to have statements you accept and then you reason forward from them.
Right. So when people say God doesn't exist, there's no evidence. But there is. But they're axiomatic. They're saying, no, that's enough for me. Somebody in school or my buddy's best friend said that God doesn't exist. It's logic. It's just science, dude. And that's enough for them to have the axiom that they live with is that's it. That's enough. There is no proof. But they never looked into the proof. They never looked for anything because it takes work.
For the last 4 years of my
science
life,
and religion based on the same assumptions.
I had to pursuing a
but science doesn't have as much history as religion has. Religion has history, and you can use that book as evidence. And then you can have, like Bible, for instance, there's books outside of the Bible from people that, like the Christian Bible is what I'm talking about, the Torah and the Gospels, the Old and New Testament. And you have books outside of that and writings outside of that make up, that say, yes, this happened at that time. The Bible said this happened. People are like, that's a fairy tale. But then you find evidences in other history, in other books, in other that says, yes, this actually happened. So it makes up. It says, okay, well, that was true. And you can't find any falsehoods in direct statements. So the reason people say, well, the Bible said, and the Bible hasn't been proven wrong anywhere. And even when you talk about the Great Flood, there's a lot of evidences for the Great Flood, like the Cambrian explosion and how trees like that we just shown can be buried in multiple layers of sediment. The only way you can do that, besides having tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, is one big wash. And if it was the freaking asteroid that did that, that could do that. And there could have been people. But the thing is, they say that asteroid happened 65 million years ago. And that can't be true. So you've got history books and other world religious books that say, yes, this flood happened. And we've been talking about it forever. And then you have science that says, well, we can't prove that because science is repeatable. So we now, as people, we've said it's okay to accept science that's not repeatable. That's not science.
They say, right? There was no way to answer Jeff Geibel's questions.
Yeah, right. They don't know what they're talking about. It's people that don't want to look into it, that think that they don't need to, because when I was 13... somebody said it didn't. Kitty has an itchy chin. It serves to support an earlier statement I made. No one can convince you or anyone to believe in God. Right. Believing in God is a personal thing. You can't make it a group thing. You convince yourself of it, but you don't find it unless you go on that journey. When you realize, and the big thing that makes me look to the Bible a lot is it says the devil is a deceiver. And you start to read about how they write about the devil. And then you start to realize you only know if you've been deceived if you know more than the person deceiving you. So I learned past these. I was told all these things, and everything's bullshit. Everything. It's all based on something without proof. It's just what I said, just like I said with DNA. They said DNA came about because a bacteria was infected by a virus millions and billions of years ago. Where's the virus? Where's the bacteria? Repeat the experiment. Well, you can't. So how do you even know it was they have no clue. There's no evidence for any of that. But if they push it back, so they use time in the gaps. They say, well, we can't do that because so you don't even have any historical evidence for that. They're just making shit up.
And you have to reason forward from assumptions for reasoning to occur.
Sure, but listen, if you really want to look into the trust of the Bible. Look, why can I trust the Bible? And start to try. Millions of people over the years have tried to prove it wrong, and a lot of people end up proving it right. Most people just say, because they've heard when they were kids, it's just fairy tales. But you can't prove it wrong. And the big thing is, people don't die for lies. If someone says, I'm going to kill you unless you tell me that this was a lie, and they say, I'm sorry, it's the truth, and they get their skin ripped off of their bodies, and there's the Roman records at the time, which we still have access to, showed that these people were put to death. Not in the Bible, outside, the people that actually killed the people in the Bible. We have documents for that, thousands of them. And the people that were Zoroastrians and Jews at that time have their historical documents talking about these people getting killed because this wacky guy Jesus claimed to be God. These people got burnt, got hung upside down, got stakes run through them, got baked over fire slowly, and they said, we'll stop as soon as you tell me it was a lie. And they died. So you have to look into that. How do I have proof outside of the Bible that these things actually happened? The things that these people died for. And you come to find out that there's lots of historical evidences for this. People outside of Christianity saying, yep, these people died because. So you're like, okay, so here you have somebody that would be able to be live and rich because they would have gotten riches because they would have then, if they would have just said Jesus didn't say these things, didn't do these things, then the religion that they were following at the time, which is what gave power to the kings and queens and emperors and whatnot in a lot of those places at the time. So then they could have been part of that power structure, and they didn't. So you're like, okay, cool. Now let's look outside. And so it could be, but there's lots of evidence that there's not. It's lies mixed with very truth can be very convincing. It absolutely can be. That's why it's a personal. I'm trying to tell you why but you can do the same thing. The only way you're going to do it is you go through it and you try. You spend time on each point that you think this sounds silly. The devil will convince you that God is not real. And he's not real either. That's exactly right. I struggle with extremist views. I just say a big baby and carry on with the day. God is love. That's right. That's exactly right. And I tell you what, you hang out with a bunch of people that are true to their faith, to treat their enemies with kindness, and you surround yourself with people that are much better than most of the people we surround ourselves with. It's a different world to live in. Holy cow. What up, Jeremy? What up, Sanfei? Hold on.
Sense? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's certain, what I guess you would call brute facts about reality, like that you have a mind, or the laws of logic, right, that you're using to reason from, in terms of what they are. But yeah, where they come from is a whole different ball game.
That's right.
They are certain axioms on their face that you have to have, right, in order to
reason. And that what you just said there was my quest for the next 6 years. Was like, what axioms do I choose? Because I had realized once you choose a set of axioms, you can apply reason to it and you can go anywhere you want.
So you find out that people that live their life according to the ways that are put forth in things like the Gospels end up living a better life. They treat people better. They're treated better, and they don't mind not lying to people about scientific theories and whatnot. So you have to choose an axiom. You can, and if you get to a point in life where you're like, we're being lied to in the education system over and over again. The people that say there's no God have no evidence for that. They just chose to believe that. So then you learn that they have a religion. They have a faith. They believe that there is no God. They believe that. There's no proof for it, and they can't prove it. That's their axiom. And then so when you have a whole book and a whole framework that lays out how you should treat people, including your enemies, including your slaves, and it's a better way to live. For the most believable lives.
How do you select those axioms? Ultimately, they're choices.
And I do
at
believe
some level they're choices. And the choices you make dictate
And I'll tell you about that too. When you start to learn about vitamins and minerals and how they help our body, it would make sense that they have some sort of connection like that. Because why would we put them in our bodies if we weren't attracted to them? Like there wasn't science books thousands of years ago when we started using supplementation and using herbs and whatnot. We're attracted to those plants. But do you think we just walked around and started putting things in our mouth? We would have killed. There's more stuff that'll kill you than it won't. Why did we end up going more towards the good? Well, we watched what the monkeys did. Well, maybe, but we got no evidence for any of that.
And so I realized we have to have axioms for the reasoning process to work. But these reasons, the axioms themselves are accepted statements, not proven statements. They're things you just accept. It's just wild that my textbook at the time, I think it had 29 axioms. So here at the back of the book had 29 axioms. And if you read them, those are all the statements that book bases every single proof upon. And it's almost like a religion of sorts, or almost like a Monopoly game. You set out the rules of Monopoly, and then you can play the game. So you set out the 29 rules in the back of my book, then you could do every proof that's in the book. But you could take some of those axioms out and get a different set of proofs.
Right. So what you can do if you're a textbook creator, you can have a book with 29 axioms, and then you want to write it all over again, remove 2 of the axioms, publish the book again, and it's still true because it's true to what they said is true. And that's the proof. And don't ever ask why this is, because the book is telling you. It's telling you that it can't be proven, but we're just telling you that this is something to learn. And then if you can sell that to people, it's the perfect money printing scheme. I'm so curious. Hold on.
It's very interesting, and that's what we did in that class. And so I got on this quest of mine. Well, what are my axioms? What starting points should I begin with in this thing called life? Those ones who ask the whys, why.
B12 is
why,
love.
Who gets stuck,
when
I got
the
stuck.
Statements in the Bible can be backed by reason.
I just want to share this because I know I benefited from real.
I'm so curious when you say that the statements of the Bible can be backed by reasons with evidences. What Bible are you referring to? Obviously not religious. But there aren't different. Okay, so here's the thing. There are different translations, but they all have the same stories in them. We have 100,000 copies from back in over 100,000 copies of the 66 books of the Bible. So you can find these all over, and so if you're interested, you can actually say, where did this come from? And you could look up and actually see scans of the documents written in Hebrew and Aramaic, and to see, okay, do they match to the book that I read in my language? And that can help you along there. So I know the people that say, well, you can't believe it because there's all that. Well, but if I can tell you I love you in 19 different languages, it still means I love you. And that's the point. It's saying actions and stuff like stir this to the left, counterclockwise 3 times. Like I can say that in different languages. It doesn't matter. So the stories are the same. The people are the same. The names are just that language's interpretation of the names. But yeah. Am I misunderstanding? No, it's all right. It's all right. We're good. I'm good. We're all good. I can't wait for this. Okay, let's see your tree stub. Sorry. The gist of the initial language is unique to the Bible. Same with other religions. So the main 2 religions, the main 3 religions in the world are what the Hindus study, and Jesus is in that. And then what the Muslims study in the Quran and the Hadiths, and Jesus in that is called Isa. And they both say Jesus is a way. Christianity is the only book that says Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. So if you study those other religions, especially the Quran, will tell you that people of the book should study by or should read or base their lives by the book. So it tells you the Bible is true and you should read it. When you start to learn about the world's religions, you learn how they come about. It was in the 600s that Islam came about. So Islam's the very new religion. But it says in there, Jews just go by the Torah, people of the book study by the gospel, study by the gospel. The gospel is the New Testament, the Torah is the Old Testament. And so when you read them, it says the Bible is true. Read it because it's true. So if the Quran says the Bible is true, then the Bible is true. And the Bible says the Bible is true, so the Bible is true. And nothing tells you that the Bible's not true, except for kids on the internet that don't know what they're talking about because they haven't spent thousands of hours looking into it. I've got my documented, my Bible, I got my paper one right here. Right, and I've got a King James Bible app, and I've got a new, international version. Come on. So you can see here my study time. 9,472 minutes. So I spent a lot of time being like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Oh shit, this ain't bullshit. Oh, this ain't bullshit. Oh yeah, and then so I spent a lot of time. A lot of time. Hey, my tender apologist. You are. Hey, Jack's gay. The people want the lust. Yeah. Lust is a huge problem, and you'll find that a lot of problems have big problems with lust. So their saviors are the same person referred to by a different name. So in Islam, they said that they think that, but they believe that that a new guy came after Jesus, the Prophet Muhammad, and he came with more stuff. Basically, in another religion, it would have been a new book to the Bible. It would have been newer stuff to be taught. And the Quran says that Jesus was replaced, so he didn't actually die on the cross. Somebody made to look like him was killed on the cross. But they still say that he was put on the cross, but it was somebody else, and then he switched out. But they also say that Jesus' tomb is empty, and that's people 600 years after Jesus. So these people were doing a lot of stuff before we had the internet. Okay, that's what you're looking at. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Yes, it does look like it. It does look like it. Absolutely looks like it. What up, Baxter? If I make Richard my axiom, understanding life will be easy. Yeah, listen, I tell you what, and it makes life easier because any issue you have, there's a layout for it. There's like where to find it. What comfort when you're in trouble, cure for worry, strengthen faith, remedy for bitterness. Text in the Bible, practical religion, inspiring words for the bereaved, message for people in doubt, one things one should do, what to do in a spiritual blackout, virtues of your character, what to do in a crisis, how to help other people when they're discouraged. So people are lost. I don't even know what life's about. Well, you know what? A bunch of people wrote that down and things that you can do about that. Even if you don't believe in a God, you still have a textbook. You still have a history book that 1 billion plus people follow. So you're lost because you're taught crap all the time. You're taught things to profit other people. Profit. Now we'll be going on Scientology at this rate. But the Devil's Tower. I can't pull up both at the same time on the vertical stream. Just ask him a question. I find it interesting that there are similar casual events across spiritual dogma. The issue comes where the spiritualists use as evidence to validate their beliefs. Right. Listen, and a lot of people are assholes. 100%. A lot of people want your money and they want you to believe that you can believe them because they know you're not going to read the books. They know you're not going to read them. They know it. They know you're not going to read them. And so they can just tell you what it says and tell you it says to give them your money. Katra was definitely make kids if they were reading the Bible. Katra, that was definitely to make kids look they were reading the Bible, although it doesn't compare to seeing it in person. Forget the rubbish books. I'm just answering questions, brother. I was enjoying Season of the Lizard. Yeah, so look, people have questions, you got to answer them. One of the big things is not being off-putting. People are confused. They don't know. And you can't just tell them this book is shit, this book is shit, this book is shit. I've got the reason that I live my life the way I do, the reason that I don't let people get me pissed off is because I know that they're completely lost. If they find out that everything they believe in their atheism is wrong, then oh man, or whatever other Scientology and whatever other religions, if they're wrong, then and they've spent 30 years of their life following these things, and what are you going to do? And that's a big problem. People don't understand belief. They don't understand that when they say, I believe that there's no God, that's their belief system. And the problem with that is there's a book that's thousands of years old that can tell you how you should act, how you should deal with politics, how people in power should treat people that they rule. And you have people that don't want you to do that, like the progressives that say, hey, we don't need to use that. We're new and technological. So whatever it said was immoral is now moral. Like, for instance, we've got like 24% of girls age 18 to 24 on OnlyFans during the pandemic. Like, oh, it's okay. Like they tried to start saying sex work is real work. Right. That goes against what a lot of people believe. But hey, if no one's reading their books, and you have Christian leaders now that are saying wackadoodle stuff that's completely antithetical to what their book says, but they know that most people ain't gonna read it, or they get called out. Lizard. I'm sure there's some comparison photos online. Probably not the only one. Yeah, that looks good. That does look good. Let me see if I can switch between the two. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. I can do this. Hold on. Let me do this. I can do something. I can do it. Hold on. Let me do it. Watch my freaking internet skills. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Boom. Look at that. It's like the same thing. There's that lizard milk. I love me a good. So Judaism, like the first edition of humanity. Judaism, like the first edition of the humanities, continues confused belief. So Jews don't believe Jesus is the Messiah that's written about in the Old Testament. Jews don't believe Jesus. Jews think that Christians. If you read the Old Testament, it talks about someone that will come, the Messiah. Jesus proved to his believers that he was who the Jewish Torah was talking about. That's why the New Testament became a thing. But the Jews believe that Jesus is not, for whatever reason. That they've got their belief system. They believe that we're still waiting on that person. We're still waiting on them. Frozen milk. No, I lack belief. Robert, we'll get you, brother. It's snowing earlier. I literally crashed out because I thought I was popping a blizzard or something. Do you recall how long you lasted? Minutes, dude. Minutes. Absolutely. What up, Cheryl? Cheryl Fisher. That's it, bro. AKA guide to help a person set a moral code to live by. Which moral code is it? Right. So if you don't have an old document to say this is how I live by, then you can then your politicians can be your God. They can tell you what's right and wrong. They can tell you what's moral and not. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So if all those religions are connected so much, why are their practices so different? So the big thing is the Jesus thing, right? The big thing is the Jesus thing. So Christianity answered Judaism basically, but the Jews that didn't believe that Christ was the Messiah still believe what they believe from thousands of years ago. And then the Christians believe that Jesus is the Messiah, so they believe what the Jews believe and more. And then the Muslims believe that what the Jews and it even says many times in the Quran to reference the Torah and the Gospels. And then you have so they say that yes, Jesus was around and then Jesus ascended to heaven because his tomb is empty, and then angel Jabril in the Quran went to the Prophet Muhammad and said, "Hey, you're the new one, and here's new revelations from God." So the Christians don't believe that. Just how the Jews don't believe the Christians don't believe the Muslims, but they respect each other because their beliefs. Reminder 73 years ago. Icky. Celsius is a superior format. Yeah, Jesus seems like a contention point. Right, well, so what he said, the reason, I mean, when you talk to people that don't really read their holy books either, even Muslims, Jews, or Christians, it tells you things that the things in the New Testament tells you things that you can't do that you can do in their religions. See the font? What font? They believe their Messiah is coming, even the Muslims. Right. Jesus, the Christians, including me, believe that Jesus was the character, the Messiah that they were talking about in the Old Testament. And it's really cool when you start looking into like how, like, okay, people like 3,000 years ago said this person was coming, and then 2,000 years ago he showed, or 2,050 years ago he shows up. It's pretty cool. Most of the religious differences I can think of come inside culture. Right, it's definitely huge in culture, right? On the other side of the world, there's our Eric version of Richard saying the same thing about the Christ. Right. Muslim religion comes from Ishmael and Judaism from Israel. Right, Israel, right? From right. So right. If you really want to get into it, right, you have the Abrahamic religions, right? So you have well, if you guys want to get into it, we can do a stream about it. I thought you said you were a creationist. I am a creationist. I believe God created the universe. So the way I got here was I was an atheist, and then I'll show you what got me to the point where I was like, okay, we're either. So I just didn't know enough. I believed that I did. And then the more you learn about, like, why do people say, why was it so easy to say there's no God when there's evidence for us being created? And when I found it on my own, and it's available, and I can show it to you. Can you imagine Gavin Newsom as president? No. Where does creationism not all this? It is. So yes, creationists think that supernatural power, something outside of nature, created time and what we have here. So whether that was, but when you look at the actual genetic code, when you look at DNA and you look at how that actually works, it's a code. And I've done years and years of programming, and it's a freaking code. It tells a blob of sperm and freaking egg when to split. And after it does it so many times, start making this blob of fingers, start making this blob of brain, and all that's timed in our string that's balled up inside of every single cell of ours. And it's freaking, it's okay, but I'll show you what I was in. Robert made it. Congratulations, Robert. Welcome to the family. What version? I'm Orthodox. I do not go to a church. This is my church. I'm not Jewish. Jesus is my Messiah, yes. And that's a very interesting story, the blessings of Israel from Ishmael. The catastrophe theory. Every 12,000 years a cycle explains dinosaurs down. Right. And people aren't taught those theories. They're taught Big Bang, but there's so much evidence against it all. But it costs people money because they've made this $1 trillion empire on feeding people bullshit. You know I'm a Christian. Tender Richardism. I love you, Robert. Can you show us how you shave your nose hair? I don't shave my nose hair. Like grows out. I appreciate your church here. Hey, thank you, Sarah. Welcome. Do you think Jesus is the child of the supernatural being that created everything? So this is the way I think of it, and it might piss people off. Think about it. Do you ever play a game, Minecraft, for instance? Let's talk about Minecraft. So I have a Minecraft server right here that I started. I can communicate through people on the server. I can chat with people. That's like the Holy Spirit. I would be like the Father. And my character, when I log in, my character pops up. That would be like Jesus. So when you want to communicate to people on the game, in the game, I can say, hey, I'll be there in 3 hours. And people, it'll pop up in text in the game, right? That would be like the Holy Spirit. And Jesus would be the character in the game that everybody can see. Like, oh, but it's representing me, the person that spawned the server, right? I typed into the computer, download the Minecraft Java file, download Java, create the server, boot the server up. So I just created that world. And I can show up and I can communicate with people. And I can leave. And if I get killed in the game, the server's still there, but I'm still alive. I still have a pulse. That's how I think of it. That's how I think is a more modern way to explain what's called the Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So the Father is the actual brain, the consciousness that did the creating. And then how we feel, like when we see something beautiful, love, especially love, that feeling that you can't trigger. You can't trigger a seizure in somebody that has love. You can't trigger a seizure in somebody that just starts doing math. So that stuff's not in the brain. So that's the basic way to think about it. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. We got it. Holy Spirit is the one who's the most holy. That's right. God's a gamer, right? Nose hairs me, needle nose, pliers coming. Dude, I've definitely done that. Oh, it sucks so bad. We're just Sims, dudes. And what is Mojang, right? Mojang is the evil empire coming to destroy it all. That's exactly what it is. Mojang, well, now Microsoft. Right. But hey, right. What is Mojang? Right? What is Mojang? So you could say Mojang is the Father, it's still the same thing, but somebody, somebody did, something did, but I find plucking my nose hair very satisfying. Mojang is the Borg. Mojang, and look, even though, and because it's absolutely fascinating when you start thinking about it that way. It makes sense that we make things like how we are made. Microsoft is evil, valid. Fix Mojang Bedrock, the top comment you see on random places. All right, hold on. What was I going to show? Okay, let me see. It's 10 o'clock now. I need some more water. I forgot. Forgot what I was going to show you guys. Oh, yeah, let me see if I can find it. All right, let's see. Let's see what this is.
Bought our family a big thick book on.
Let's see what this one is. Let's see.
No, just kind of walk the audience through some of these things that you're saying the evidence is compounding, and I think it'd be neat to go into some of those specific evidences
so this
that people
guy
can
owns
kind of
a
get
website called reasonstobelieve.org, and every day they post a new reason, not because God loves you. They post he's an astrophysicist, and he works with a bunch of other physicists and paleontologists and scientists. So they put out the other side of the not just them, thousands of other people. I mean, this is just America we're talking about. But Cambridge in the UK, they're a research university that's a Christian research college. So, but they don't research God. But they are researching God because they're researching science. So they do have, but from the point of view from a believer. But atheists think, they just say, well, how'd the sun get made? They think that Christian scientists just say God made it. No, they find this. They use science to do the same thing, but they just have of
what you're talking about. Even though, feel free to dumb it down for me, but at the same time, I just want to give you that platform to do that as well.
To be honest, as an unbiased human, I find your explanation very convincing, but according to what you have told me, I shouldn't believe in you unless I truly research it myself. Brother, I think you absolutely should research it. I'm 49. I didn't figure this stuff out till I was like 45. So it took me a long time, but I got there. But no, but I'll show you, if you want, I'll show you evidences as much as I know. And even this one right here, the 300-page compendium that comes along with reasonstobelieve.org, you can look up every single research paper and everything that links to. They don't just say anything. They absolutely. We'll go through this real quick.
Sure. Well, I'll try to give you a couple of highlights. I mean, one that's fairly recent.
Hold on. Space Cowboy wants to frickin' interrupt us real quick. Some fart joke bullshit. 26 is still got. Yeah. You'll get there quicker. You'll get there quicker because there's now so many people are learning after COVID that the science is bullshit. Oh, Jesus.
Want me gold, baby boo? I need that green in between, boo boo.
Dude, too many people
I
got access
want
to
me
AI.
gold, baby boo.
Too many people got access to this stuff. Freaking space count.
Is the recognition
Adam and Robert.
that of the 92 elements we see in the periodic table, all but 2 of them are extremely anomalous in terms of what we see in the crust of the earth relative to what we see in rocky material elsewhere in the universe. The 2 that are normative are manganese and iron. Everything else is anomalous, and in some cases, extremely anomalous. So, for example, the crust of the earth is 630 times as much thorium, 340 times as much uranium as what we see in rocky material in the rest of the universe.
So he's talking about how
superabundance
odd
of
the
uranium
Earth
and thorium, our planet has a long-lasting hot core, and that hot liquid iron core being circulated.
So if the Earth was really 13.8 billion years old, it would have cooled off already. And he's saying one of the 12 of the reasons why it hasn't, but we don't know. Like,
has enabled our planet to have a strong magnetosphere enveloping us that allows us to be protected from deadly solar and cosmic radiation. It also prevented the atmosphere and the oceans of the Earth from being sputtered away by the particle radiation from the sun. And so, excuse me.
Right. But you can research past the deception. The people that are telling you we're not created, you can research past that so that you know that you can't trust them. Why are so many people trying to disprove God when he can't be disproven? Well, the Bible says it's because they're evil and they want the worst for you. And it seems to be more and more like that. They want you to believe things that aren't true, that will hurt you, that will make it so that you can't have babies, and that you'll have wackadoo medical issues, and all. It gets crazy.
An understanding of why planet Earth has such highly anomalous elements, and also pertains to our industrial capacity.
Right.
So we got 60 times less sulfur.
Right. So without the aluminum that was available on Earth, we wouldn't be able to fly around to experience the Earth. Everything we need to explore the universe, we have here. And if you look at other planets, they don't. So if we were formed on another planet, we wouldn't be able to know these things about that planet because we don't have a bunch of the shit that you need for that to happen. And when you start to get to the serious math, the serious, the ratios of what's involved in space and how we have more than we should and why, it gets crazy.
That enables us to grow food.
That was the penetrating.
You're not going to grow any food or crops on Mars because there's way too much sulfur there. But you can on the Earth. So we're deficient by a factor of 60 times in sulfur.
Right. So we've got
abundant.
60 times less sulfur than most other rocky surfaces or rocky planetoids and planets that we can see. Why? Why do we, if we all came from the same explosion, why don't we all have equal amounts of everything? Why? And the Earth has what it needs to make our biology work. It's okay, sorry.
By a factor of 60 times in aluminum, 90 times in titanium, which enables us to construct aircraft that can fly all over the world. These are light metals that have very high strength. And so we have a very anomalous high abundance of these valuable elements. And there are 22 elements we see in the periodic table that are what we call vital poisons.
These are good too, vital poisons. Bro, what I'm saying, the information is based off a statement, so unless I become it. Right. You've got to trust someone, right? You've got to trust someone. So unless you do all of the experiments yourself, they're just probably lying to you. You know, and this is a big problem. It's a big problem because you have these universities that know they've got free government money. So you need enough courses to sell. Everyone, at least in America, everyone can go to college. They can get $200,000 to go to college, and they can take. But so you have to have courses. You have to give them things. You have to have courses for them to be able to buy. It's like saying you just give these kids unlimited money, but they don't have a way to spend it. So they're making a way to spend it. They're giving them a way. They're giving them a path to spend the money, and it's crap. My thing is there is reason our core maintain constant rotation. Friction alone refutes it. Saying right. I listen. I do too, Mel. Listen. It makes the science work. The atheists say, "Oh God, blah blah blah," but the science works. The way everything is so odd. We are so super rare. It's so crazy. We can see thousands, hundreds of thousands of rocky objects in outer space, and we can scan to see what the emissions spectrum come to find out what they're made of. Why are we the only one? And when he talks about these poisons, like the poisons are what keep things from getting too high of a level on Earth, because they'll basically cancel them. Well, hold on, hold on.
If they exist in the crust of the Earth at too high of an abundance level, it'll kill us. But too low of an abundance level, it will also kill us.
So it's got to be at a perfect
just the right
level.
amount of molybdenum in the crust of the Earth, just the right amount of iron, just the right amount of arsenic. There's actually proteins in your body that need arsenic, but you only need
unless you study biology and astrophysics, you don't know the connection between molybdenum and proteins in your body and arsenic and the proteins in your body, because you're studying a different study. You're studying a different. You're not studying everything. And I think this is one of the reasons I have the knowledge base I have, is because I'm not taught. I'm self-taught. I study things as I wanted to know them, rather than saying, okay, let's just do biology. If we even had the time, carrying capacity, if we even had the time to prove everything, unfortunately, it seems like we aren't advanced enough to understand it. I think we are. But we're just lied to so much that it slows us down.
Amount. And you get above that tiny amount, the arsenic will kill you. It has to be at just the right level. And so all 22 of these vital poisons are extremely anomalous in their abundance level here on planet Earth. And we don't see it anywhere else in the universe. So it really does look like somebody engineered it to get it just right. And astronomers, again, have discovered how this happened, how the early solar system formed in a gigantic cluster of about 20,000 stars that existed much closer to the center of the galaxy than the solar system exists today.
Underestimate our
And
limitations.
in that dense cluster of stars, the early emerging solar system got exposed to 3 different kinds of supernova eruption events. It got exposed to neutron stars merging together to make black holes, where these supernova and neutron star merging events happen at exactly the right time.
Right. So just like how the cells in our body split at exactly the right time to make a finger with a fingernail, and it's not come out of your forehead and whatnot, that happened in the universe. The same type of functions that followed DNA followed some script. in order to make sure that, hey, this planet needs this, so this needs to blow up then. And then there's two, then this supernova makes arsenic, so let's make two neutron stars collide here to make a black hole, so that when the Earth's being bombarded with arsenic, most of it gets eaten by this black hole, but the other planets around there get hit with it, so they've got too much arsenic, and it's just crazy. Like, and who knows? Nobody went back there. They're just saying this is how we could have gotten those levels. I think about our example is that we aren't able to physically see the smallest part of existence. Right.
Resistance from the Earth, so that the Earth was not destroyed, but on the other hand, got sufficiently.
So the stars that fed us these elements had to be far enough away from us that we could get the elements, but not so close that it would just vaporize us during the supernova. And this is the kind of crazy shit. And like, you notice the area around the Earth, around the Milky Way, or in the Milky Way, where the Earth and the Sun is, the solar system, that's empty. Like, we absorbed what we needed from that, and it didn't refill in like it does look like all around the rest of the universe.
In all these elements, and sufficiently depleted in elements, it would be a problem. And then when all that enrichment and depletion was accomplished, we got kicked out of the birth cluster and driven to a distance twice as far away from the center of the galaxy. What kicked us out? It was a gravitational slingshot where our solar system was interfacing with 4 or 5 very massive stars that slung us.
So this is what the math says had to happen. The only other places that we see enough of this stuff is an area of distance from us that contains these other planets. And if we were here when we were being born, the Earth, then we would have eventually got slung out to this empty spot, like a marble that got flicked. And it's interesting that before we knew this, there were books and comic books and cartoons about God playing marbles with the Earth. And it's amazing that's after we've learned the stuff, it's just like, oh, it's just like playing marbles, like what we talked about. I meant when we meant is we aren't advanced enough because we are saying that it's true. That seeing is believing. Right. Then you learn how the brain works and how reality actually works. It gets crazy. It's crazy.
Earth
Every
cluster.
galaxy has a black hole.
And then
in the
when
middle.
we
That's
got to the ideal
galaxy,
place
like a gear on a cog.
for
Right.
advanced life,
How you doing,
we again
501, big
engaged
guy, brother?
another 4 or 5, 6 massive stars that halted our movement. And so we were born in the most dangerous part of our galaxy, and we ended up in the safest part of our galaxy, but only after we got enriched. Now, it's also true that our planet Earth is anomalous compared to all the other planets
Right.
and
So these
asteroids
we know
see
is
in
true. He said what is true is we know, because we can say we've got this much arsenic, this much molybdenum, this much iron, oxygen, and we can say that planet does it, that planet does it, that planet does it. So we know that we've got, because we're on the Earth, we're here, we can measure everything. So we can prove that. That's provable. But people that say 700 trillion years ago how humans existed was no. They can't document. They can't prove that. Benny Hill would crack under that pressure. Excuse me while I whip this out.
In our solar system.
Space count.
And that's because our Earth formed in a way incredibly different from the other planets.
I don't think so.
The other planets formed by gravitational accretion. And our solar system began with 10 planets, not 8, 5 gas giants and 5 rocky planets. 2 of those rocky planets, the Proto-Earth and Theia, collided with one another when the Earth had oceans thousands of kilometers deep. That very deep ocean cushioned the collision so that the Earth was not destroyed. In fact, what happened, most of the mass of Theia got absorbed into the Earth, so the Earth became bigger, more massive, and denser. There was a debris cloud around the new forming Earth that condensed to make the moon. And so we have this relatively small planet.
So how do we
orbited
know
by
that? Or how do we think we know that? We think we know that because we've been to the moon and we can see what the moon's made out of. And the moon's not made out of what the Earth's made out of. But there's enough of what's on the moon that we have in the Earth that we no longer have in those percentages. So, because the moon's moving away from the Earth, not towards the Earth, we're no longer pulling the moon in. So it had to start the way that radial precession works is that because it came from us, and that not radial precession. What am I thinking of? Preservation of radial. I can't remember the term, but because it started with the spinning that it was. It's going to continue spinning and moving away. It's going to keep that radial precession. I can't remember the frickin' term. Jim Carrey looks rough here. What up, Zara? My brain is checking. Wackadoo conversation.
Like moon. That stabilizes the tilt of our rotation axis.
That reminds me of the time
it ensured that at the just right time for human beings,
Moon's an alien ship.
we have our rotation rate slowed down to 24 hours.
Momentum, yeah.
And that fifth gas giant
rotational
planet,
momentum,
it got kicked out by a gravitational interaction with Jupiter and Saturn. And that gravitational interaction basically slimmed down Mars from being a planet about twice the mass of Earth down to a planet that was only 1/9 the mass of the Earth. This was called the small Mars problem. It took 20 years for astronomers to determine how did Mars get to be so small.
I'd rather be a
But we now recognize if it wasn't for that transformation of Mars, there'd be no possibility for advanced life to exist on planet Earth. Now, I could give you 400 more examples just like that, but that's just one that basically shows us, hey, we live in an extraordinarily fine-tuned universe, galaxy cluster, planetary system. We're orbiting a star that's unlike any other star.
Right.
That's
one thing that's really, 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 really cool. Our star is unlike any other star. How it's still... If you get interested, we can look into it.
Put in my book, Design of the Core, I show you the luminosity stability of our star, the sun. And right underneath it, I show you the luminosity stability of the second most stable star we found in our Milky Way galaxy. Our star, the sun, is 5 times more stable than the second best star.
What?
If it wasn't for that extraordinary stability, we wouldn't be able to have this podcast.
Tricoxygen.
Wow.
Yeah, it makes me wonder on the collision theory.
Wow, there's so many ways, so many directions I want to go with that, but that is truly remarkable.
I remember that too.
I feel like anytime that science seems to really look into something, that is the trajectory, isn't it? Towards more and more depth and complexity.
Right.
It's really remarkable.
The problem is when try Cox again to divorced lesbians. Try Cox again.
I mean, even I know this is not your area of expertise, but even thinking about what the cell was known to be in Darwin's day compared to what it is now. And it just seems like everything that we
you had a bunch of people that didn't know nothing about nothing. They were just storytellers that had a little bit of evidence that said, hey, maybe. And then they're like, hey, science. That's science. We can sell people that. All right, the Space Cows thing. I wonder who would make a good bodyguard. All right, hold on. Let's do this. But anyway, that's the kind of stuff that can get you on the right path to start to realize that there's evidence against the stuff that we're taught. Our politicians got hired people to choose what we learn, and that got chosen by what makes the most money, not what's the best educated. What's the best? The truth. It doesn't matter. Where'd Space Cows go? Brain rot car wash. Why do you do this stuff to me, dude?
Are you ready for the car detail?
Yeah, bro. It's right over here.
I just want to ask again to make sure, do you think that the religion you believe in is also ultimately based on an axiom, the most convincing axiom? Right, yes, right. So the thing is, Yes, absolutely. Yes. So we have history, but the axiom is that somebody created something super smart, something supernatural, created this entire thing here. And over centuries, millennia, people have met people that are here that shouldn't be here, that told us the best way for us to get along and do the best for everyone that's here. Happened 2000-ish years ago. And those things have all been documented. And the speakings of that person, it leads towards an overall better life. The reason America is because we needed to get away from Christian persecution, and we created America. And then everybody, Christians, non-Christians, want to get to America because the place where they're not worshiping those religions, they want to get the hell out of. So we created a structure, and you have the stories of why that structure is created, why it's better. The questions you have for life are answered in those stories. Why people act the way they do, why evil people do evil things, why good people do good things, what's the best way, why these things are bad for you, why you shouldn't do these things, why these things are bad for other people, right? And you can test these axioms. You can change your life by it's like saying, I feel better when I'm drunk. Drunk is a better way to be. That's your axiom. I believe it. There's no reason to be true, except I think I'm smarter when I'm drunk. But how does that get? What evidences does that give you? What are the results of that axiom? The axiom is that now you're an alcoholic. You feel like shit all the time. You're super unhealthy. But when you follow the axiom that we're created and we're going to have something to possibly pay for after this experience on earth, then you should treat people a little bit better than you do, and you should treat your body better. And that's led me towards looking into my health more. The whole body is a temple thing, and I feel much better. I want to teach people now. I'm getting paid to teach people now, and all that changed. All that I pinned that change in my life when I finally said, oh shit, we're not just a bunch of stardust that fell together. There's reasons for this. And the stuff that I believed previously, I believed because I wanted to believe it. But now there's evidences for it. There's historical evidence particularly. And the evidence is there. But when you search for it, you have to look for it that way. You have to say, you can't say like you can say, how can I zing some dude on the internet by telling him there's no God? Like, you're going to get that information that you're asking for. If you say like the Big Bang, what are evidences for and against the Big Bang? What's evidences for and against God? Like you have to get the whole picture. But we're not taught to do that. We're taught that this is the way it is, and listen to the Democrats or listen to the Republicans to tell you how to act and what's scientifically true and what's moral. What we can do to kids and what we can't do to kids. That's the more you realize that evil exists in the world, and the more it gets proven to you, then you have to realize there's an ultimate good. And I would implore you to search for the ultimate good and see what it does for your life.
I'm gonna get you nice and clean, man.
Make sure to get the inside too, bro. Don't forget about the inside. Yeah.
Man, that's some bloody voodoo shit, that man. Oh, hell no.
Bro, can you get the inside too?
I'm not getting it now. That's some ritualistic voodoo shit.
Ritualistic.
You clean all this?
Man, y'all gotta clean. Y'all gotta burn that car.
You gotta burn it.
Burn the whole car.
Burn the whole car.
This. Man,
what up, man, Jake?
What is that, man? That's a curse. That's a voodoo curse. You ain't finna have me a crow bird flying around.
Crow bird flying around.
I'm trying to get paid. Y'all got this birds walking around. Come on, man. I'm trying to get paid. What you trying to do?
My bad, bro. Let me see if I can compensate you.
Long time, brother. What's the reason we exist? So, well, under my axiom, it was just the same thing. Like, think about if you were to create a video game and you want people to enjoy your video game, and you place Easter eggs in your video game, and you need to drop hints on how to find those Easter eggs, it's the same type of thing. Whoever created this universe wants us to be able to see how good of a job they did. It's basically like that, because God likes big butts. I got done some bad shit in my life. Well, you can talk about whatever you want, my brother. All right, let's see. Okay, let's get back to where we were. What's wrong, NJ? I don't want to sound offensive, but that makes me think that ultimately believing in religion is a cop out because since the actual truth can't be definitely found, you go to the most reasonable thing. So, so what do you do? How's it a cop out? You can't prove anything, so you just want to go through life just like, you know, you've got to choose a path. You've got to choose a path. And then find the best path. Find all the paths you can choose and what's the reason behind those paths, and then choose a path. I mean, yeah, you go deal with your fistula. God likes big butts. What if no one creates? Well, what does it matter? Then what does it matter? If there's something to answer for at the end of this, then you're like, I was told there probably is, but I decided to not worry about it. Then you got to deal with that. You know, you got that price to pay. I know it's too obvious. Everything's too obvious to me. It's personal to me. I believe it. You can do whatever you want. Go talk about your fistula somewhere else, dude. My fistula. All right, let's see. Right. You gotta look into evolution. Evolution is just a theory. It's just a theory. They got no proof. Zero. No proof. It's all storytelling. It's all storytelling. The stuff that they had was the fossils. The stuff that they had were scams. The stuff that they had, like Piltdown Man. Okay, here's the big problem. Here's the big problem with evolution. Back in the day, in the 50s and 60s, 70s, they thought that most of our DNA, 75%, was junk. They thought it was just scaffolding. They thought it was just proteins that held some code. So they only thought the top 5% of the DNA made us who we are. So when they looked at chimpanzee DNA and human DNA, they only looked at the top 5%. And they found that 98% of that was the same. So they said, wow, it looks like we came from chimpanzees. But the rest of the DNA they never looked at until recently. But they got so much out of this. And then the thing, the Piltdown Man was a scam. I'll show you about that. And so the people that came up with that thought, hey, that's awesome. This is why. And then somebody found the missing link between chimps and humans. But it was a scam. Piltdown Man scam.
He took the pieces of bone and stained them darker and filed down ape teeth to make them look worn. You see, some say the man wanted to become a famous scientist, so he buried the pieces next to some animal bones. And when he dug them back up, he found the missing link between humans and apes.
We are humanoids.
He was praised for his work, but decades later, scientists discovered the skull pieces were from a modern human.
Right. So 50 years later, we found out it was a scam. But think about all of the school books, all of the college courses that were taught, and then all of those teachers or those kids that became teachers, that became professors that taught everybody that we came from frickin' chimpanzees. Here's the proof. And now you got people with 50-year-long careers off of a scam that are finding out now that they're retired, that everything was bullshit. But they're going to try their best to not let, all the information didn't even come out till 2016. And this was in 1954. The planet was seeded by aliens or machines. Right. Right. Something put us here. Right. That's where I start too. If the creator's illusion for hope, just because we are created. Well, having hope is better than not. Listen, what's the downside? If you've got to make a choice, what's the downside? I could have treated people so much worse. Oh, I can't believe that it's this. I could have been I could have done whatever I wanted. What's the downside? Mango monkey milk. Being serious in a way, because generally it's like ultimately no one can prove anything yet. Right. And that's why it's called faith. And once you prove it to yourself, it becomes belief. So you have to have faith that you're not being lied to. Same thing with atheism. You have to have, people told you God's not real. So you have to have faith that they're not lying to you. And then once you convince yourself, now you are a believer. You believe that we're an accident. So why not just rape? Why not? Oh, because that ain't cool. Why is it not cool? But no, I get it. I get you. Tiger milk. That's fair. I can't trust people, and I guess I just can't. Right. Yeah, and you have business to do, right? So now you know that there's a group of people out there that care about what happens. They believe when they leave this planet that they have to answer for what bad they did to the other creators of whoever created this planet, right? Like, hey, dude, I started this video game. You treated everybody like shit. I'm going to put you in the frickin' shit cellar, right? So, I mean, like, what would you do, right? And that's the thing. Okay, I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. All right, I love y'all. We'll get back to it tomorrow. It's freaking 10:30, and I've been up freaking pulling bushes and throwing stuff around. Look, the mystery of all existing is not going to be unraveled with words. Right. Look, and I 100% did not believe for decades. The thing is, until you get enough time to actually look into it, we're busy. We got to go to work. We got to go to school. So we believe what we're taught because we don't have enough time to look into everything. So I think what reason a lot of people find God in jail is because they've got nothing but time. So they start reading shit and they start getting information and they're not being taught. They're teaching themselves. We'll do Minecraft tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. I love y'all. Good night. I don't like King Julian. I love him. All right, everybody. Good night. See you tomorrow.